Thank you all for your patience. We had an executive session that ran a little bit long, and that caused us to be a little late getting out here. Let me do the closing of that. Hereby announce the date is July 10th, 2025, and the time is 6:19 p.m. No voter action was taken in executive session. There being no further business in that category, we will return to the regular session. Okay. So we're moving to the regular agenda. The next item is to do the Pledge of Allegiance invocation. An invocation tonight will be given by Reverend Ben Haley, one of our city chaplains. So if you'll join me, please stay standing. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state. Reverend Haley.
Please pray with me. Father, we give you thanks for your care and love for us tonight, and I thank you for all of our city officials and citizens who are gathered here. Lord, I pray that as the mayor and our city council deliberate and plan for our city, that you would give them great wisdom as they seek to contribute to the flourishing of our city and its citizens. Thank you again for all of our government employees, for law enforcement, fire and emergency responders, teachers, parks and rec, and all support services. Lord, we pray for the welfare of our city and ask that you bless the work of the council tonight, that they might be a blessing to our city. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Haley. Okay, the next item is I'll just remind everybody of the speaker protocol, but I'll come back to that when we get to hear visitors. We do have several proclamations this evening, so I will come down to the lectern down in front. There are 4 of them, and we're beginning with 5.1, which is a proclamation recognizing July 10th as Texas Crime Prevention Association Day. I think we have several people here representing that organization in town for a conference. Christy Jose, D. Donovan Murph, Vicki Stonemaker, Deputy Nathan Dennis. If you'll all come forward, I'll be down there in just a minute. Excuse my effort, a little housekeeping up there to try to find everything that I needed. You can kind of come over here and I'll speak from here if you'd like to come around behind me. Okay, welcome to town, whoever is not from town, but some of you are local, I know. Proclamation. Whereas the Texas Crime Prevention Association, TCPA, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization comprised of dedicated citizens, security professionals, and law enforcement officers from across Texas. And whereas TCPA's efforts significantly contribute to safer neighborhoods, stronger partnerships between the law enforcement and communities, and a proactive approach to crime prevention throughout Texas. And whereas TCPA is recognized as a premier training organization providing excellence in crime prevention education, especially through crime prevention through environmental design strategies, which shape safer communities. And whereas TCPA is evidence-based and open to law enforcement, security professionals, and civilians, demonstrating the organization's commitment to inclusivity and community engagement in public safety. And whereas the TCPA's Crime Prevention Specialist certification requires rigorous coursework and the successful completion of a comprehensive exam. And whereas the Texas Crime Prevention Association will host its 50th annual conference, 50, big number. Congratulations on making 50. Annual conference in the city of College Station from July 21 to July 24, 2025, drawing public safety professionals and community leaders from across Texas to collaborate, share best practices, and explore innovation aligned with College Station's goals of proactive public safety, thoughtful urban planning, and community-centered engagement. And whereas hosting this milestone event reflects the City of College Station's dedication to fostering partnerships that enhance quality of life, support first responders, and promote forward-thinking strategies to keep our neighborhoods safe and thriving. Now therefore, I, John P. Nichols, as Mayor of the City of College Station, do hereby recognize July 10th, 2025, as Texas Crime Prevention Association Day in College Station and encourage all citizens to recognize and support the ongoing work of TCPA in promoting public safety, education, and community engagement throughout our city and across Texas. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of City College Station, Texas to be affixed as this July 10th, 2025. John P. Nichols, Mayor. Very good. And again, welcome to the city, all of those that are not from, some of you are from the city. Okay. So I came in from where?
Dallas.
From Dallas. So how about if I present this to you, since you're the visitor?
Okay.
And maybe you're the president of the organization. Okay, well, that's appropriate. We're going to do a little photo op here. And so what we do is we back up a little bit so we get the seal.
Oh, okay.
And I will present this to you. And you, both of you, aren't you going to get in the picture? Thank you. Welcome to College Station.
We're very excited to be here.
Well,
Thank you.
your 50th anniversary, that's a big number and a very special event.
Yes.
And you're the president in the 50th year, that's even a bigger deal.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Take care.
Okay, we have another, the next one will be presentation proclaiming the week of July 13th, 19th, Aggie Real Estate Network Week. I think I know, is Mr. Gilliland here? Oh, one of my former faculty colleagues is here to receive this. Also, I see a very distinguished Rotary International District Governor of some kind. You've been involved in a lot of this. Come on up here, Charles, so I can lay this down while I read it. Mr. Charles Gilliland, Dr. Charles Gilliland, thank you for being here. Proclamation. Whereas the Aggie Real Estate Network was established in the 1970s as a professional and social organization for alumni of the Master of Land Economics and Real Estate Program, one I know very well.
Yes.
Yeah, at Texas A&M University. And whereas over the past 50 years, AREN has evolved into a premier platform offering, we need larger typeface on this, continuing education seminars featuring esteemed leaders and experts in the real estate industry. And whereas AREN has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to supporting future generations through the endowment of multiple scholarships and mentoring of current students in the program. And whereas AREN continues to expand its membership and influence, strengthening its role as a vital resource and advocate within the real estate profession. And whereas the Aggie Real Estate Network will celebrate its 50th anniversary, 50th annual conference in the city of College Station from July 17th to 19th, an expanded and momentous gathering in honor of the milestone anniversary and reflects College Station's dedication to invest in the future of the real estate industry and prosperous economic development. Therefore, I, John P. Nichols, as mayor of City College Station, Texas, do hereby proclaim July 13th to 19th, 2025 as Aggie Real Estate Network Week in College Station and encourage all citizens to recognize and support the continued efforts of the Aggie Real Estate Network in advancing education through scholarships and mentorship, facilitating professional development through industry-leading seminars, and strengthening our community through its commitment to real estate excellence and civic engagement within the city and throughout the great state of Texas and beyond. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of City College Station to be affixed this July 10th, 2025. John P. Nichols, Mayor, and to my good friend and colleague and all of those in the Aggie Real Estate Network, many of whom I remember as students back a few years ago, to congratulate all of you on the 50th anniversary of the organization. We're going to do another photo op, and if you'll just come back here with me. Are there any others in the audience from this group?
I think I recognized at least one.
Well, there's actually some real estate folks in this community. They're active in front of City College Station, and I know a few of them too. Oh, Chad, okay. You can come up here and get your picture taken too, Chad. He's here for something else.
Yes.
He's actually working, he's employing everything he was taught.
Yes, yeah.
you go.
And some people call it the Aggie Real Estate Mafia.
Yeah, they're all good
They're
people,
very welcoming.
and they're producing a lot of value in this community. How's your time?
Pardon?
How's your time?
I'm busier than I've ever been.
You take that with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we have two more to go. Of course, we're on another page. Well, I'll skip the agenda because I can't find it. Parks and Recreation Month. Ms. Hayden and your staff, recognizing Parks and Recreation Month. There they are. A large group of City College Station staff. While they're coming forward, these are the people that put together the July 4th celebration at many of the people, and many more besides this group, at the Wolf Bend Creek last 4th of July. And it was a great event. I heard today we had over 8,000 people in and around there with cell phones. That's how we count them. All those little babies and other kids and children that were out there, they didn't have cell phones. So there's probably more than 8 or 10,000 out there. So it was a great show. And if you missed it, you should have, well, I'll stand back here and read this. How's that? If I start to fall over, you hold me up? Okay. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout the country, including City College Station, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's, and whereas Parks and Recreation promote physical activity by offering facilities for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and various other activities, and encourage active lifestyles and serve as a primary provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education programs. And whereas Park and Recreation programming and education activities such as out of school time programming, youth sports, environmental education are critical to childhood development, and whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. I hope those folks from the crime prevention group are still here. They just heard about supporting the recreation departments as well, and I'm sure they do. Where did I leave off? Whereas parks and recreation are vital for our community environmental well-being and serve as adaptable infrastructure, enhancing resilience against natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, not recreate, but recreate. I'm glad I caught that. And whereas in the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City College Station acknowledges the numerous benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore be it resolved that I, John P. Nichols, as Mayor of the City College Station, recognize that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of City College Station, Texas, to be affixed this 10th day of July, 2025. John P. Nichols, Mayor, and again, I want to add my real serious, sincere congratulations and thank you for all you do. So who's going to receive this? Are you going to receive it since you're standing next to me? Why not? Kelsey is the director here, but I think she's more than happy to have a staff member. Okay, let me step up. Tall people stand in the back. Come, there you go. Oh, the guy with the hat. There you go. So many people. Thank you. Thank you for all you do every day of the year, not just in July, although July is a busy month for our Parks and Rec department. Okay, our last one is a proclamation that is a joint proclamation recognizing the Brazos Valley Veterans Memorial on their 25th anniversary. I think Mr. Beachy's here. That's Mr. Parks and Recreation and City College Station. And a group of the board members of the organization. Steve, you stay right up front here. Hey, how are you? Oh, okay. Well, you're going to get the proclamation. I'm going to lay it down here again and read this one. All right? All right. Proclamation from the Office of Mayors and County Judge. So this is a proclamation from all three local entities. Whereas the Brazos Valley Veterans Memorial was officially recognized as a nonprofit organization on July 17, 2000, with a mission to construct a lasting tribute to all military veterans and to provide educational opportunities that remind us freedom comes with a heavy price. And whereas the memorial is sustained by the dedication of an all-volunteer board supported by the cities of Bryan and College Station, Brazos County, and countless generous community members and organizations. And whereas what began as 12 acres of undeveloped land has over the past 25 years become a powerful and informative place of remembrance, featuring the 250-ton Wall of Honor, 18 memorial sites, 24 life-size bronze statues, and a pathway that tells the story of our nation's military history. And whereas the Wall of Honor now bears the names of more than 6,760 military veterans and continues to grow each year as residents add their loved ones to be honored during the annual Veterans Day ceremony. Now, therefore, I, Bobby Gutierrez, Mayor of City Bryan, Dwayne Peters, County Judge, and I, John P. Nichols, Mayor of City College Station, do hereby proclaim July 17, 2025, a Brazos Valley Veterans Memorial Day and encourage all of our residents to visit the memorial from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. for special open house tours in honor of his 25th anniversary. Let me just repeat that day again, just so you didn't, if you missed it. That's July 17th. Let this memorial no longer be a hidden gem, but a place for everyone in the community who know, visit, and treasure. Signed by the three of us, proclaimed on the 17th day of July, and I'm happy to be the first one to read this and present it to the organization. I remember those 25 years. I've been involved with the city a long time, and certainly with my friend Steve Beachy over there and helping get this thing organized. So congratulations on 25 years. Let's move back and we'll take a photo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Come into the middle. Into the middle. No, you're the president, so I've got to give you this. Tom, before we leave, is there a deadline yet to put names, or is it already passed?
I'm glad you asked.
I knew you'd have a message.
August the 15th is the deadline for new names to go on the Wall of Honor, for them to be etched and called out on Veterans Day, November the 11th at our ceremony. August the 15th, you can go online at bvvm.org and get the form and the application. Thank you for the plug.
Well, I knew you, if I didn't give you the chance, you would have yelled it out anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve? Congratulations. Hey, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, great. I think that accomplishes our four proclamations. I think what we're going to do next time, when we have these, I'm going to leave the proclamations over here, and Ian can hand them to me one at a time or carry them out there. Then I won't have to be scrambling. Anyway, thank you all for listening to the proclamations. Certainly a superb group of individuals and organizations to be recognized, both those visiting here in town and the local organizations as well. Thank you all for being here and sharing in this opportunity. Okay, we move on now to, let's see, I got to get my next page over here. Okay, we got here visitors is the next item on the agenda. I remind everyone that we do have a speaker's protocol that has been shared online and is in the agenda that you picked up on the way in. I encourage you to make sure you follow that as I have you come forward. I've got like about 8 or 9 people that are going to speak. You have 3 minutes. There is a timer in front of you, so we'll be keeping time on that. I will be more than happy to hear what you have to say. Keep in mind during Here Visitors that you speak only about items that are not on our agenda and that we really can't debate or discuss it, but we appreciate your thoughts as you might present them. I'll start with the way they're presented. Anna Lowry, be followed by Nicolette English. Ms. Lowry is coming forward.
Good evening.
I pull the microphone down so that, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
That works better. Thank
Okay.
you. Indicate your name and.
My name is Anna Lowry. I live in the Midtown subdivision of College Station. My husband and I moved here from Georgetown, closing on our new home late last June, 2024, so a little over 1 year. I have 3 points I want to make. One, the RPMD tax and impact. The second is access to Midtown. And the third is College Station as a destination for seniors. Regarding the RPMD, when we knew we were moving into a MUD and studied the impact of that, so when we closed, the rate was 50 cents per $100 valuation. And it's already been raised to 65 cents, so $100. For our home alone, that's an increase of $777 in 1 year. I just ask you to carefully consider the rate established later this year and ask that you not levy another increase. I think by the nature, they're supposed to go down. Those taxes are supposed to go down, not up, and that's what we had counted on. Access to Midtown. We chose this community because it was located close to Baylor Scott and White, had great access to many services and to Highway 6. I simply ask that you make access a little more simple by opening up Town Lake from the Harley-Davidson to Midtown Drive, to the entrance of our community. I think it would make it much more accessible. It'd keep our neighborhood traffic out of the hospital area, and it might possibly invite more commercial enterprises to come back if it was more accessible. Lastly, College Station is a destination for seniors. We joined the Meyer Senior Center, and we're having a lot of trouble meeting people, making friends, because a lot of the activities are crowded. They don't lend themselves to make friends. You're playing cards, you're playing bingo, you're playing the activity, but everybody gets up and leaves when it's over with. So I've started my own little senior group in Midtown. There's only a few of us, or a handful of us, but we meet in our home, and I also I sent in an application for the 4-person resident team for Parks and Rec, and I have not received my rejection letter, so hope I'm still under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowry. Next will be Nicolette English, will be followed by Shelby Bame. Ms. English, welcome.
Hi, my name is Nikki English. I'm a Midtown resident also. I know you get tired of hearing us, and we don't really. Anyway, I just want us to move forward. I was here at the last big meeting, and we discussed a lot, and I just looking forward to moving forward with this project, that Midtown would get the signage and the branded water tower moving forward, and ask us that not to raise our taxes, and I'll give the rest of my time to Shelby.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shelby Bame will be followed by Susan Ferrari. Good evening.
Howdy, howdy. Oops. All right, Shelby Bame, Midtown. I am not here to relitigate Midtown, but at the last meeting, Texas Independence Park was discussed, and Councilman Wright took the liberty and the opportunity to tell everyone that the city's expenditures in Midtown exceeded that of any other area in College Station. But let's be honest, that $20 million investment wasn't strategic. It was damage control because you didn't test the soil. The original facility had a higher potential to bring further outside investments into Midtown. Moving forward, if we're not intentional, I'm afraid your $20 million investment will go to waste. Is the park nice? Yes. Will I use it? Yes. Is it something that will bring relief to homeowners in Midtown? No. Councilman Wright, you're correct. That is a significant expenditure. However, while it was probably not your intention, my interpretation of your comment was that we, the homeowners in Midtown, should be grateful for the city's assistance in addressing the issues we've raised time again and still haven't been resolved. So forgive me for not applauding you. However, if we devise a plan to create a catalyst to improve Midtown's visibility and access, as suggested by Councilman Schaefer with added signage, I think this park could work. Especially now that I've heard that Mayor Dickel saying that College Station is going to get a rec center on WTAW. And since my application to the city's rec center committee was sadly rejected, I figured I'd give you my 2 cents here. Prior to returning to College Station, I worked a summer internship in Austin, Texas, where I worked in an area known as Mueller. If you're not familiar with Austin's Mueller area, it's an area of town that beautifully incorporates residential, commercial, and a park. But as I reflect on that cool factor that Councilman Schaefer keeps talking about with that park, How about we make this park even cooler by adding the rec center right next door? Not only would a rec center in Midtown only add the more cool factor, it will make your unintentional mistake look like something that was intentional, because it will be. Remember, Midtown's original intent was to build an area that combines commercial, residential, and recreation with a healthcare focus. A rec center in Midtown screams healthcare focused. It does not scream Bath and Body Works semi-annual sale. I've sat on the sidelines long enough, and I'm tired and disappointed that this city still doesn't see Midtown as a potential. So don't just spend $20 million because you forgot to test the soil, and don't build a rec center at the mall because you forgot that, or because A&M pulled out of your esports project. Instead, I ask you to evaluate these projects to bring the bigger community into the area. So, Mr. White, you told me, what do I want? You asked me, I want the city to honor its commitment to Midtown, a thoughtfully planned area that brings together commercial, housing, and recreation with a healthcare focus. That's what the vision we were promised, and that's what I want, and is still within reach.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boehm. We'll move on to Susan Ferrari. Susan Ferrari will be followed by Cheryl Wink. Ms. Ferrari, welcome.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Ferrari. I live in Emerald Forest at the corner of Emerald Parkway and Rosewood. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concern. In the back of my home, it's usually a dry creek. And here lately, over the past 4 years, which I've lived here, I've noticed an increase of water, and the drainage pipe that goes under Emerald Parkway brings a powerful flow of water through our community. It has been so powerful, it has ripped away my retaining wall, which I have put in a claim, and was denied by the city. I understand that we are sitting kind of low, and all the water flows through, goes into Emerald Forest, and then out to Carter Creek. And I beg the city council to take a look at our water flow in this area. We have had several meetings with the city, private meetings, and to my knowledge, it's our problem is what the outcome is. It's our problem. Well, it really isn't our problem, because it's coming from all the new construction that is uphill. And I can tell you that the color of the water that flows through this creek is the top soil, or whatever the base of the parking lot is of all this new construction, and it just flows through our community. Many of us have let the city know, my neighbors on down the creek, time and time again, it has flooded their area. We're losing trees. Our values of our home that are listed are going down in price because they can't sell. We don't want that for our neighborhood. We are an established neighborhood, and we want to keep our tax rate up for the city, our values up. So I just would beg the city to take a look at our community and get a final answer, maybe through a disinterested party that can do an engineering study of water flow. Thank you so much. Oh, and one other thing. Anybody in our neighborhood that's here, can y'all please stand up so we can see the show of the support of our community that needs attention? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferrari. Cheryl Wink will be followed by Arvind Mahajan.
Sorry. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so this big thick study right here, all these pages, and this is the Bee Creek, it's not a Bee Creek, it's a watershed study of all of the 8 creeks in College Station. It includes Bee Creek, Alum Creek, blah, blah, blah. It goes on to Spring Creek and, you know all the Lick Creek and whatnot. It is dated January 2013. And we don't need this. We do not need another one of these. What we need in Emerald Forest is we need a study of our flooding problem in Emerald Forest to maybe include what is happening and all the new development that's happening upstream from Emerald Forest. I'm hoping that I've got my little slideshow here. Do I have this here? Do I have it? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Y'all got this. I sent this to y'all also. And this just talks about how any study, any true, transparent, intentional, independent, unbiased study of this problem that's going on in Emerald Forest would include input from neighbors, input from homeowners that have lived there 20, 30, 40 years. And it even says right here, as I included to you all, it says, in a comprehensive engineering study of creek flooding, especially when development is suspected of worsening the problem, community engagement and homeowner input are increasingly valuable components. It further states homeowner accounts and observations provide critical context and details. It further states that residents often have detailed knowledge where flooding occurs most frequently. Homeowners might have witnessed changes in drainage patterns due to nearby construction and development. And it further states that local residents can provide feedback on how well current drainage systems, culverts, or other flood mitigation measures function or fail during heavy rainfalls. Now, I'm just going to ask you that I've heard a lot of nice things. We even got to witness the 4th of July Wolf Pin Creek fireworks. We sat over at home, and we were coming in from Houston, and we witnessed the 4th of July fireworks. And I know, and I've heard on the radio about the sports complex going to be developed off Welburn near Graham Road or whatever, one of those roads. Okay, so I know about that, and I know about the redo of Welburn that's already happened. I mean, this is like the third, not Welburn, but Wolf Pin, the third time maybe after silt was removed and whatnot. And I'm going to say those are all great projects. Those are wants, okay? This flooding of Emerald Forest that's been happening for years and years and years, decades actually, and okay, I'm asking you, this is a need, and I'm asking you to please.
Thank you, Ms. White. We'll move on to Arvin Mahajan. There we are. He'll be followed by Laura Burris.
Well, thank you, City Council, for giving me this opportunity. I just want to reiterate what my neighbors have said a few minutes ago. I've lived in College Station for 45 years, and I've lived in Emerald Forest for 31 years. We have a creek in our backyard. I live on Rosewood Drive, and for the first 15 years, it was a dry creek. It'll fill up only when it rained. But about 15 years ago, the water started overflowing. At that point in time, my neighbor, who's an engineer, communicated with the city, pointing out that this flooding is taking place because more water is coming into the creek. And then I followed up on that, and I had an engagement with the city for an extended period of time, more than a year, back and forth. And Mayor Nichols, I think I shared that with you about a year ago, and more recently I shared that with Councilman Yancey, the communication I had 11 years ago with the city staff. At that time, the city concluded that there was no increase in the flow of water. I was also privately told by one city staffer that, listen, the city will never admit it's its fault, because if it does, it'll have to fix the problem, and that will entail resources. So you can pretty much forget about it. And I must admit, the city did wear me down. That was after a year of engagement with the city. Well, unfortunately, last year, we had the same flooding, except that this time the water came from the creek all the way to the foundation of my house. The water actually defied the laws of gravity and moved upwards because there was so much water in the creek that it went into my garage. Now, this has become a real problem. Our communication with the city seems to suggest, again, that it is not the city's problem. There has been no increase in the volume of water. And as a matter of fact, more recently, we are being told that it is all our doing. If it is not in our head, it is our doing because of the bridges which are on the creek, which have been there for more than 40 years when these houses were built. Or there have been impediments put by our neighbors, which is causing all this flooding. I mean, basically, what I was told 11, 12 years ago resonates with me again. The city will not admit that there has been an increase in the flow of water, because then it'll have to deploy resources. And this is very unfortunate for a taxpayer who's been paying taxes diligently for 45 years and not even once ever paid them late. The least we expect from the city
Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Miss Laura Burris will be followed by Frederick Wink.
Howdy. I sent a video file, so I'm hoping that can be pulled up. My name is Laura Burris. My husband, Mark Burris, and I moved here 24 years ago. I live on Chippendale Street in Emerald Forest subdivision. I don't see any things popping up.
I think you're looking for it. but,
Okay. Our backyard backs up onto the Bee Creek floodplain, and it's been prone to flooding ever since we moved here 24 years ago. That's nothing new. What is new is that it takes less and less rain to cause significant backyard flooding. It is, I'm looking, backyard, that's it one. There it is. And if you could just play that. This is our backyard. Basically, what seems to be happening, my husband is an engineer, and he does deal a lot with urban planning and things like that, as far as also looking into research about all the floods that occur in the Houston area. So this isn't a unique situation to have extra water due to lower elevations. So this is showing video of our backyard on May 2nd of this year after only 3.8 inches of rain after a relatively dry period of time. This level of flooding in our backyard used to require a lot more rainfall on already saturated ground. For example, this is what our yard looked like when Hurricane Harvey came through. Not just a decent afternoon storm. So we are getting significantly more water. We've taken pictures and taken measurements throughout the decades. And water does come into the area much more effectively and efficiently, and it doesn't go anywhere more effectively or efficiently. The Bee Creek improvements that have done it, like when you have pave things, it funnels it into the creek system, but it just doesn't go anywhere any more effectively. So we're hoping that people will use their retention ponds properly. Clearly, more water's coming in to the floodplain. People can say it isn't, but it really is. This is exactly the opposite of the primary objective of drainage guidelines, and we need the city to take this issue seriously and address the increased runoff that you're allowing as we develop our lovely, lovely town. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burris. Frederick Wink, he'll be their last speaker.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Fred Wink. I live on Chippendale Street in College Station. My wife and I have been residents in Emerald Forest since 2006. I'm here to speak to you about the increasing volume of rainwater that flows into Bee Creek. creates a problem in Emerald Forest especially. In the past several years, we've noticed an increase in silt building up. We've noticed an increase in erosion around the clubhouse, the swimming pool, and in the park there. We've also noticed an overgrowth in what should be that creek bed. It's not just grass, it's full-grown trees, so this is a major issue. This fall, we're going to begin that expansion of Highway 6, and that's just going to add more rapid runoff with little or no detention. As we watch what used to be a smoother flow of rainwater turn into a turbulent current going through Bee Creek, I see a definite need for creek bed clearing, stabilizing that creek bed, and maintenance to ensure a good flow of that rainwater. One important step should be a study by an independent drainage engineering consultant before that highway expansion is done. That study needs to be confined to the Bee Creek area east of Highway 6 that goes through Emerald Forest. I hope you can see your way to find a way to provide that for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Two issues that were raised here. Both of them have been referred to city management, and I know they've been involved in both the Midtown economic development discussions, which we're not going to cover here. I can't comment on. And I've certainly been involved in the flooding issues along Rosewood and across Emerald Forest. As I recall, the Public Works staff reported to us here last week about some things.
Some of you were here, but for those of you who weren't, if you go back and watch the 6/12, the June 12th meeting, we specifically discussed Bee Creek flooding and proposed what the city would be doing for it. So I would point you guys to that discussion.
Yeah, that's been much discussed. I know it's a long-running issue, but there's a lot of complexities with private property and other things in that area. I can't comment any more on that since this is on Here Visitors and not on our regular agenda. So thank you all, though, for bringing your thoughts forward and highlighting the concerns you have. We move now to consent agenda, which is items 7.1 through 7.8, I believe. And my pages are right. 7.8, 7.1 through 7.8. This is on the consent agenda. These are considered to be routine ministerial housekeeping items that are allowed by law. However, council members that may wish to ask questions on any of them that haven't had an answer may ask a question at this time. Mr. Yancey, what number?
2.
7.2?
Yes, Mayor.
Any others? You're still looking, I can see. No other questions? Okay. Mr. Yancey's requested a comment from Ms. Kane. I think this is your item.
Mayor.
Ms.
I'll cover
Prohaska.
this item.
Okay, Ms. Prohaska. This is a presentation just for the general public. Presentation, discussion, possible action on a professional services contract amendment with the Architect Studio not to exceed $150,060 for additional design services for the Texas Independence Park at Midtown project. Ms. Prohaska. And Mr. Yancey, you can ask a question.
Ms. Prohaska, thanks for all you do for the city. Since we're talking about design services for Texas Independence Park, can we get an update on the half engineering?
We don't have anything to provide an update on at this point.
Wasn't it like 4 months ago that we were going to send them a letter and?
Yeah, we don't have any update, and if we'd like to put an item on the agenda specifically for that, I think that would be better to discuss it than this one because it doesn't have to do with them. But I would say generally we don't have any.
This relates just to this contract.
Well, it's design services for Texas Independence Park.
It's for the Architect Studio. It's a specific contract.
Okay.
And no questions on that contract, right? It was the other issue.
No, I just had questions on the design of Texas Independence Park.
I'm sure you can consult with staff on that, and they'll be happy to bring you up to date, but we'll talk about that later if you need to put it on a future agenda. Right now, we have item 7.1 through 7.8. I didn't see anybody asking any other questions. Anybody need to pull one off for a separate vote? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Mr. White is, Mr. Wright made the motion. Mr. White, I'll give you the second. I'm looking at both of you. We'll give this one to Mr. Wright. He actually used his microphone. All right. So we got a motion made and seconded to approve the consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.8. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Takes care of the consent agenda item. Now we get to the items which a lot of other folks are here to be involved in. Is Ms. Leonard going to do the introduction of this? This is a workshop agenda, item 8.1, presentation, discussion, possible action for the FY 2025-26 proposed budget for outside agency requests. I will point out that the city manager provided us some updated information that was sent to council members. I think Mary Ellen, Ms. Leonard is going to give us an overview. Please proceed.
Good evening. This is the outside agency portion of the discussion related to the FY26 proposed annual budget. Just as a reminder, what outside agencies are versus sponsorships. Outside agencies are organizations that provide services that the city does not offer, or it may be something that we are legally required to support. There is limited O&M support. There is a quarterly financial reporting requirement, and the city does have someone that is involved in this agency from city staff or from council. Sponsorships are basically from community events. There is a separate process through the mayor and city manager's office to review sponsorships, and there's no additional involvement from the city other than maybe buying a table for that one specific event. So with that, the very first agencies that we're going to talk about have to do with contractual or legal obligations. All amounts that you will see tonight are at the FY26 request level, have already been included in the proposed budget that we discussed on Monday. The first agency is the Greater Brazos Partnership. This does not include the $250,000 amount for plug and play. That's a separate agreement and a separate contract. And there is someone from the agency here if you have any questions for them.
Okay, Mary Ellen, you said this was in the proposed budget, so we're not adopting any of these items tonight. We're sharing opportunities.
You're just considering the amount that is included in the FY26 proposed budget. So in front of you, I've provided the 25 funding amount, the 26 request, if there is an increase or decrease in what that percentage is. All amounts for all agencies have been included in the total budget document that you were provided on Monday at the 26 request amount.
Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Spencer Clements here. Maybe you just come forward for a minute. This is no increase from previous years, but I do know that the organization, since I'm on your board, I can't really get involved in it particularly, but on your board by law, I'm required to be. You have any comments? You don't have to make a presentation, just any comments on the challenges and opportunities?
No, thank you, Mayor, for having me tonight. No, I think we're happy to report that we're only requesting the same amount we requested last funding cycle. You know, we have 4 major funding partners, both cities, the county, Texas A&M. Plus, we have about 66 private companies that are contributing an equal share to what the city is providing. So it's turned out to be a wonderful organization. I'm simply the board chair. My name is Spencer Clements. I'm president of William Cole Companies here in Bryan College Station. We have business in both cities. Happy to say our development has College Station's largest employer, Fujifilm Biotechnologies. They took Diosynth out of their name. And I'm your current board chair for this organization. So happy to answer any questions if I can.
Miss McElhaney?
I've got 2. This is my first year to be part of this particular review. If I'm remembering correctly, we're contractually bound for 2 or 3 total years for?
That's plug and play, 2 years.
Okay.
Separate from this.
So I'm trying to get a handle on what tangible result do we get from contributing to the Greater Brazos Partnership? I understand the proposals that we've seen, but what are our net results? Is there something measurable? Can you tell me that there are 3 businesses now located in College Station due to our efforts? Or
I personally can't tell you that tonight, as far as the number of years the organization has been in service. You know, it was the Research Valley Partnership, then it was rebranded to the Brazos Valley Economic Development Corporation, and of course, we just rebranded to the GBP. I'm certain that over those years, there's been a number of opportunities for College Station. I will tell you that as a private citizen who volunteers on this board, it's the only place where we get both mayors and the county judge and Texas A&M University and the system around the same table. And it's a wonderful opportunity to have those parties around the same table working on these problems. Also, from the site selector standpoint, one of the things that we've learned being on this board is that site selectors do not like to have to deal with multiple different entities when they're looking to place a company. So the fact that we have a single source for site selectors to go to for our region is very valuable. And that source, then the Greater Brazos Partnership staff can work through those opportunities. Of course, the GBP does not provide the incentives. You guys provide the incentives, and those are negotiated directly between College Station and the company, or with Brian or with the county. One tangible benefit I give you is Fujifilm, right? So just a new $30 million investment that was recently announced on the extension of their agreement that came on the heels of a $300 million expansion that they did. And so this organization was very helpful in getting Fujifilm the incentives that they needed to remain in College Station.
Okay, that's a little bit different spin than what I had heard on it. So of all of the companies that have, you said that it's great to have those 5 entities at the table. Can anyone else tell me a company that's been placed in College Station as a result of this?
And that's Fujifilm.
Yeah, Fujifilm, and I think the other thing Viasat. We do have, or there have been reports from the, and to be fair to Spencer, because we don't have the executive director, that's who normally would be up here and probably would be better at answering that question.
Sure.
I think we can definitely provide like the last few years of what's been located here and when. I mean, I think that's the other question is when.
And I think a lot of it as well, and thank you, Brian, for trying to bail me out kindly.
I'm not trying to nail you to the wall. I mean, it's a chunk of change. I'm trying to understand what we're getting out of it.
No, absolutely. I think it's a fair question, and I'm here to try to answer the best I can. The solicitations that come through sometimes do or do not fit the available resources that we have as a city. I'm in the real estate development business, right? We're trying to develop an office building right now. Why are we trying to do that? Because we don't have very many new office buildings in our community where we can attract and retain some really cool companies, right? So it's difficult sometimes when the site selectors come through or the state proposes an RFI, and they're looking for 20,000 square feet immediately. They're looking for 600 acres immediately. And sometimes College Station, because of its geographic restrictions, doesn't have what is being offered. Sometimes Brian doesn't have what is being offered. But I'm happy to help your city manager and come up with some of those figures and work with our staff.
I would appreciate, before we actually vote on this, having some black and white binary things.
They provide some annual reports, and we'll gather those and make sure they get put in. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mr. Wright?
You might not have the answer to this because I think I understand your role and everything. So,
Thank you.
but so maybe Brian does. So I'll just kind of ask generally: Are there like KPIs in terms of what we would expect for what our return for College Station specifically?
I don't think we have. No, I don't think we have anything set up that says our expectation is blank number of jobs or that. I mean, I think there are goals. Organization-wise, but I don't believe that there are anything broken out into, here's the specific ROI. And again, that would be something that either the board does or that council has said, but I don't believe any specifics exist that way.
Is that an unreasonable thing to look towards for the future? If we're saying, hey, we're going to put $350,000 again into this, can we set something that, not saying that you have to hit it for contingent, but at least to come back and be able to say, this is what we delivered for you. This is where your money went to. Was that unreasonable to maybe brainstorm something? Maybe not this budget session, but by next budget session, saying is going to be contingent.
I think, however council, when it comes to any of these agreements, but we're leading off with this one. I think council reviewing it and saying, are we getting, what we feel like is a good return for the taxpayers, however you define that ROI. And then specifically on this one, if there are specific things that you feel like should be benchmarks or performance indicators, you absolutely could do that. And then again, that doesn't even have to be necessarily just you. That is also where the board can come in. I just don't think we have them specifically. We have some guidelines and some things we go by based on incentives or like that the GBP works within to know what, if someone comes to us with certain opportunities, what they can expect. But I don't know that we have, as far as performance of the organization, hey, we want to see X amount of things happen, but that's certainly something that you can discuss or we can take to the board.
Yeah, and I would just offer up, I'd offer up as well that we do business retention as well through the organization. So those efforts are ongoing. About half of the investigator brasses private companies are based in College Station. Those groups get together as well. And look, speaking as a citizen, I'm not from here. I moved here 8 years ago, started working here 15 years ago. We cross borders every day, right? And so in my little seat on that northwest side of your city, I get to see traffic every single day leave College Station and go to Bryan, and leave Bryan and go to College Station. So if there's businesses located in College Station, I can promise you the benefit that are accruing to Bryan. And if there's businesses going to Bryan or the county, I can promise you there's benefits accruing to College Station, retail sales tax, property values, all these things, homes being bought and sold. So if I were going to look at those KPIs, I would suggest that a true economic impact from a location of a company in our region be then, going out on a geographic area to say, hey, here's how the economic impact affects the entire region, not just the 1 mile radius that it's coming from, for example.
And not that you asked me, but the other, and Spencer can weigh in too, but the other thing you can certainly look at as a council or anybody who's in this organization, what I would say is what is it that we're going after and what are we trying, like what's the effort? Because it is sometimes tricky to say like, and anytime you're in one of these organizations with other members, it swings. It's going to be on the College Station side more one time, and you'll hear some other partner, maybe saying, why isn't it coming more our way, and back and forth. But I think it is also fair to say, what is it that we're marketing, to, or what are we trying to attract? And, is that what we want to see benefit for the region? That's something else that councils always weigh in on, is what's the goal? And part of the reason that you kind of have everybody in one room is to agree on what are we going to go after?
Yeah, and I would also just really quickly.
On that last point, I think that both questions that came up it's really important to remember we're working on our own city economic development strategy and plan right now, and we've got consultants working with our staff department. That will be a very good place to have some conversations about how does this organization fit into our agenda and our goals and what we're trying to get done. But we haven't got that section of the comprehensive plan done yet, so definitely something we're going to come back to for sure.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to also say, just to compliment our recently departed CEO, Susan Davenport, who came in here about 2 years ago and resurrected an organization, built it up from scratch again, and really got us on the map with the state of Texas, with the governor's office, and especially with the system. So there's great reputation now between Texas A&M University's system and the university and this organization, and it's going to give us the ability to go out and find a new leader that hopefully is going to even exceed Susan's capabilities. So we're excited about the direction of the organization for sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Let me go to Mr. Yancey. He had a question.
Spencer, thanks so much for the presentation and your service on that board.
You're welcome.
Is it your sense, working with these folks, and there's no diplomatic way to put it, do they sit around waiting for those calls from the governor, or are they working the phones actively trying to recruit primary job creating businesses to our area?
Yeah, they're recruiting. They're developing leads, right? Looking at lead sheets and developing those leads and being proactive. And one of the things we've concentrated on the last year and a half is not just relying on the governor's office, the things that go to every city in our state, right? And everybody's competing for them. And now we're seeing more and more and more. In fact, a large majority of the hot projects and the prospects that our staff is working on are actually self-generated.
And when you go to your board meetings, is there a time set aside at every one of those meetings meetings where they go through their Salesforce.com list or their leads list and tell you what they're working on?
Yeah, usually under NDA or under confidentiality, they will share that with us, but most of the time they're under NDA, and not even the board knows these companies. And so, the mayor and I typically are going to see code names for these companies and these opportunities that are coming in. But yes, we track those on a monthly basis. Actually, we have 10 meetings a year by our bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I would say that I believe that staff schedules regular meetings with both cities' economic development departments on a regular basis. Right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Seeing nothing, Ms. McLean, one more question.
The study that we're doing, our economic development, is it specifically looking at the Greater Brazos Partnership and the plug-and-play agreement to see, is that being considered as part of the package holistically?
I'll let Michael.
So the Economic Development Master Plan looks at all aspects of economic development. So it will focus on, what are our competitive advantages to certain types of industries, which ones we should be attracting. Historically, Greater Brazos Partnership has been our industry arm, so then working with them to go after those companies within those particular fields. Entrepreneurial aspects will be also included in that study, of which Plug and Play and Greater Brazos Partnership would be a part of.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Spencer. We appreciate you being here tonight and helping us understand it a little bit better.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Ms. Leonard?
The next agency that we have is the Brazos County Central Appraisal District. We are legally required to fund them at the requested amount as long as it is approved by their board. And that amount that was requested was $988,837. I did not see Dana Horton here. But Dana is here in case you have any questions.
I will remind everybody exactly what Mary Ellen said. We don't have any discretion on this by state law. Their board has adopted their budget, and of course, we were involved in helping appoint a member or two of that board, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's changed some in the last couple of years. So there really isn't any change that we can make in that, but Mrs. Horton, if you want to just explain what's going into the increase and why.
Part of it is to get additional appraisers. We're growing tremendously, Brazos County is, and so being able to keep up with all of the growth, I've had to increase my staff, and I'm looking to increase it even more. Also, the fact we've had some pretty big postage increases, so I've had to do a pretty major increase in postal services. Almost every time the legislature meets, they give us new projects that we have to do or new things that we have to send out, and has to go certified mail and, just all of these. So there's a pretty hefty increase in the postage part. There's a increase in the education. The appraisal district, we value, as you know, value properties for property tax purposes, and we're required by the state. My appraisers are required to be certified. So over the last 4 or 5 years, I've gotten 5 new appraisal positions, plus new people coming in. They have educational requirements. The newer people you have, the more often they have to go, and so the education is up as well. For the 2026 tax year. And then the ARB is up, that section of the budget is up significantly.
That's the Appraisal Review Board.
That's the Appraisal Review Board, yes, sir, I'm sorry. And they, as you know, they're the board that sits through the protest hearings that we're currently having. We have grown in protest from what used to be 7,500 to 10,000, is now upwards of 20,000. I think as of today, we're at 22,000, almost 500 protests for the 2025 tax year. So, having to have them come more often, having to have more members, just things of that nature is the increase in the budget.
And the 988,000 is really a calculation of our percentage of what the total taxes collected, or what?
Yes,
Or
sir.
total praise, what?
It's a percentage of your percentage of the levy. So once I get the levy for all 13 taxing jurisdictions, and if that levy comes out to, $700 million, and your portion of that is 15%.
Okay.
And that's how that's calculated.
Okay,
And that's per the tax code.
And as I recall, this gets adjusted as once that number is actually finalized.
Yes, sir, once the rate is actually set.
Before the contract is actually paid out, and Mary Ellen's staff calculates that, and we figure it out then. Any other questions, Mr. White?
Thank you so much. Do we normally see an increase with the appraisal district, or do we get an increase every year?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Because of new staffing and new statutory requirements and things of that nature.
So we'll see an
salary
increase every
adjustments.
year on this? Yeah, exactly.
And
Thank
that with, currently the cost of everything is increasing, so all of our contractual and just our simple supplies.
Mr. Yancey?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Horton, thank you very much. You've given me a lot of data over the past 6 months or so, and I appreciate that very much.
Yes, sir.
I believe our taxable value went up 15% in the city of College Station overall, and this bill's going up 15%. Will they always move like that, or is this a coincidence?
I think it's just a coincidence. That's not always the case, because, and especially until we go through this protest process and we see truly where your values are going to be. But I do think it was just shy of 15% for the 2025 year. And again, I think that's just coincidental this year, because usually if we're going up, say 5% on the budget, it's not normally a 5% increase to each taxing jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
What percent of your budget is people? 80%? I'm just guessing. I know the city's general revenue
Personnel services is 59.72%
of the total.
of the total, yes, sir.
Oh, okay, it's not as high as I thought it would be. But personnel costs, not only new positions, but salary adjustments
Yes, sir.
are also part of this increase. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, so we appreciate you being here, and I
Thank y'all
appreciate
for
it very
having
much.
me, and appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard?
So the next agency that we have is the Brazos County Health District. As a reminder, the city does not provide any health district type services directly. Therefore, we provide funding to the county for those services. They are requesting the same amount as they did in FY25. And Santos Navarrete is here in case you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I know you've made a brief presentation to us a few months ago to kind of update us on some things. Does council members have a question for Mr. Navarrete, other than Mr. Yancey, who's chairman of his board? But we'll get to you.
I have a question.
Mr. White?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
Tell me how much of your funding comes from grants? Because I believe you indicated that you lost one of your big sources of funding from a grant. Did I remember that correctly?
Well, we lost some federal funding back in April, and we lost $354,000 of federal funding. That was our COVID money. That was clawed back. Currently, our state funds us at about 30%.
And has that been going up or down over the last several years?
We'll
The
know
state-
with the new federal budget coming on board. We don't know what cuts we're going to get. I know that we did receive on our preparedness funding, we received a 28% reduction in public health emergency preparedness funding. We're looking at getting some reductions in our TB federal funding, but that's going to be only like around 5%. And then we might see some reductions in our immunization funding of about 10%. And there's a couple other grants out there. Our FIG grant, Public Health Infrastructure Grant, that's currently funded all the way through 30 November 2027. There could be a 30% cut in that funding stream. And then we've got one that's Regional Local Support Services. That's a block grant, prevention block grant. We don't know how that's going to come out. And that's about $90,000 in that grant. So we're kind of sitting on pins and needles to see if we're going to see any future reduction in our federal funding.
So you're not requesting any additional monies from College Station. When was the last time we increased our contribution to the district?
I think it was 2019. It's been, this is our 5th year that we go level funding. We're going to have to sit down with the board and be strategic for the next funding year, because we're not going to be able to be level funding going forward after this year.
It's correct, though, that same amount is contributed by the city of Bryan and the county in terms of cash. Of course, the county provides a lot of in-service as well. So am I correct that the three entities are at the same number?
Right.
Oh,
All
it's
cash
base funding,
contributions
base funding.
is $470,029.
Yeah, but the county puts in-kind building and other sorts of things as well.
So there's no correlation. So if we go up or down City of Bryan, do they match that, or do vice versa? Do we match that, or it's the same just by coincidental?
No, it's by our cooperative agreement requires that all entities fund the same amount. Either they're all on board, or, we have to go back and readjust our budget. So if y'all wanted to go up, then we'd have to get the city of Bryan and Brazos County to do the same thing. This would be a conversation we'd have with our board and also with the city manager's staff before we move forward with trying to get some agreement between the cities and the county.
So you would have to get all three parties to agree whether to adjust our contribution.
Our cooperative agreement states it has to be equitably funded, cash in kind money.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor Nichols. Santos, thank you for all you do and the crucial mission of public health in our community. I believe it's the most important outside agency funding matter before us. Why not ask, how come you haven't asked for an increase in 6 years, and why not ask for one this year?
Because of our fund balance. We got a hefty fund balance, and we needed to make sure that we reduce that fund balance before we came forward for any increase in funding. That's just the right way to do things.
You keep a fund balance by bylaws, and if so, what?
15% is our fund balance by the Board of Health bylaws, and currently it's a little over 500,000.
If it were this council's will to increase your funding request beyond what you've asked for by, I'll just pick a par value number, $100,000, but we did so contingent upon the county and the city of Bryan following suit, would that stave off layoffs potentially within your organization were it approved?
We're looking at to be able to keep the same services that we currently have. If we lost all our FIG funding, when we have 6 positions in our public health infrastructure grant that provide real services, whether it be the immigration physicals, the women's health, the men's health, we would probably need about $150,000 from each entity to be able to make us whole going forward in the future, to give us some solid public health foundational funding.
And has public health in our community suffered layoffs in the past year?
We suffered one layoff. We had to lay off our chief epidemiologist when they cut back the COVID funding.
What does an epidemiologist do?
Making sure that we keep our community safe and making sure we're tracking infectious diseases, whether it be measles, as we were dealing with measles, or salmonella outbreaks, or foodborne illnesses. They're our frontline infectious disease investigators, surveillance folks.
Thank you very much, Santos. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. McElhaney.
Just a quick question. I am asking this question of curiosity and don't read too much into it. What percentage of your, I guess, patients are College Station residents versus Bryan versus the county?
I would say it's probably equitable split. It'd probably be 50% split between the cities and the county. We get some outside residents outside of Brazos County to come and get services for us, like immunizations, for example.
Yeah, it's clients, and if you count the visits to for STDs and those kinds of things,
right.
You get a lot of different sources of people.
Right,
So they aren't patients in the sense of a medical doctor's office, but
Sure.
they're definitely clients.
I
that come
paused.
in,
I
a
wasn't
lot of
sure
them
what
one
to
time.
call them, but
Yeah, no, it's a good
visitors
question.
to your establishment to receive service. It's just a curiosity. it being an equitable distribution of funding and it's a third. I just wondered if the use broke down similarly.
Right, and remember, the county has, they have less clients that would come in, because you're at about, what, 107,000 population, and Bryan's probably 85,000 population. So, if we looked at it that way, we provide service across the board to both cities and the county. So I couldn't, I'd have to go back and do a lot of work to get you an exact percentage, what's coming from College Station, what's coming from Bryan.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, one last question,
Yeah, two
Mr.
quick
Wade.
questions. Does A&M provide any support, financial support to the county?
No.
No. And what is your timeline on getting those grants that you mentioned from the federal and state? Will you know that by September 1? What timeline is those?
Different grants and at different times. For example, our Public Health Emergency Preparedness Grant was to end June the 30th, and we didn't have a notice of grant award from CDC. I didn't get a notice that grant was going to continue until 7:30 p.m. on June the 30th. Otherwise, I was going to have to do a layoff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Santos. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
Appreciate y'all.
All right. Mary Ellen?
Okay, so we're now entering the council discretionary funding. They come from multiple funding sources within the city. The first one comes from the Solid Waste Fund, and it is Keep Brazos Beautiful. They're requesting an increase of $1,000, or about 2%, and their executive director is here if you have any questions.
Hopefully the person will come forward. I think we have met, but I think you're in your first year, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. Yes, that's correct. We just met recently.
And your name again, just...
My name is Brooke Ariano, and I'm the new executive director for Keep Brazos Beautiful.
Okay, any questions for Brooke? Oh, Mr. Yancey.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Brooke, welcome to the Keep Brazos Beautiful team.
Thank you.
What does Keep Brazos Beautiful do?
So Keep Brazos Beautiful is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that was started back in 1980, and it was founded with the idea of we as citizens in our volunteerism need to work together to help clean up trash, to help plant things in the community, to make our areas that we live in and enjoy beautiful, but it also involves an education piece too. So part of that is educating youth, adults, and the general public about how we can continue to take care of our community.
What are there tangible benefits in the form of, you have numbers for me on the number of trees you guys have planted?
So what I have is, I put together one pager that I can share with you later, but it has those exact amounts. So for example, we have collected just from last year 2.25 tons of trash. That is the lion's share of our volunteerism efforts. The beautification projects tend to be grant-based, where we would write for like a governor's award, which is a much larger proposal process, which we have done in the past, to increase like statues or create little tiny garden areas to beautify certain areas of the public. But the vast majority of our volunteerism tends to be people will call different organizations and partnerships. A lot of students at Texas A&M serve their hours, and they call me up and they say, we'd like to do a cleanup in the area, and so we provide all those supplies. And then we also connect with the cities to coordinate when we're going to pick up that trash and things like that. And then we report back the accountability piece so that we stay in good standing with Keep Texas Beautiful and Keep America Beautiful, because those organizations allow us in the county and the sister cities to be able to qualify for very large grants for our parks and recreation. So that's where our partnerships help each other.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
A significant part of this grant, the grant is for operations and maintenance. I think I got a little feedback coming here. There we go. Maybe that'll fix it. So that's operations and maintenance funds primarily is what we're supporting,
Exactly.
but as you said, a lot of the actual projects are grant funded.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Any other questions, Mr.
Quick
White?
question.
Yes.
How many are on your board? How many members do you have on your board?
We currently have 5 members on our board,
Okay.
and
do-
I'm the one staff member.
And do you have anybody from the city on your board?
We do. We have Caroline Osk.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving along,
Next,
Senator.
we have the Arts Council. The Arts Council is funded by both the general fund, there is $35,000 for operations and local marketing, and the remainder of their request comes from the hotel tax fund. They are requesting a $117,799 increase, or a 19.76%. And I believe their CEO, Leslie Bowen, is here for any questions.
Well, please come forward, Leslie. It does say Arts Center up there. Mary Ellen and I go back a long ways. We think of Arts Council. It's awful hard to get us to change it, but we will.
That's all right, I'll
It-
send
it's
you the
right
new
on- It's
logo.
right on the slide. So let me ask the big question. What are you asking for 21% increase this year? I know you're new, but you got big ideas, but we don't have big funding necessarily, so I want to hear what you had to say to that. I'm sure everybody up here would like to hear that.
Absolutely. Well, we have not had increase in funding in quite some time, but the city has grown and visitorship has grown, and we are working very hard to make this investment. Really, helps the quality of life in the city. It enriches really everything for everyone, and it helps grow the hotel and occupancy tax revenues as well. So we're hoping to go hand in hand with the growth of the city. What we provide are services to arts organizations that really make a huge impact on the value of the city to the community. We have grown quite a bit. And we're continuing to grow. So we have very big plans. This is not a request that will happen very frequently, but we feel that there is a tremendous amount of opportunity, and we're trying to take advantage of that opportunity by fulfilling as much as we can as far as providing access to the arts for everyone in the community and visitors alike. We have grown just in the last year. Our visitorship has increased. We have broadened our services and the offerings that we provide to both the community. Our affiliate program has grown. We have expanded and through collaborative efforts, really, we're working hard to include other organizations that benefit from the arts, not just specifically arts organizations. And we've grown a lot of our programs in that way to really be inclusive. We have an art and culture festival that we started this year in the spring, which was very successful, and we're going to focus on those every year. We're going to feature a different culture, including art and all sorts of different elements that go with these different cultures, so that neighbors, this year we had, for example, excuse me, our first year was the Arts and Culture of Japan, and we did it in conjunction with the university. It was holding a musical event that was kind of a big deal, and so we thought, well, we'll do that. And a lot of people have asked, well, did you have a lot of Japanese people that came to your festival? And I said, well, we did have some, but we really had their neighbors come and understand and learn about what their culture is, and that's what we would like to continue to do as well here. And so the increase is really very to, first of all, sustain a lot of the affiliates that we have. The arts organizations are all struggling like everyone else is. They're growing. The ballet is going to be the first time this year they're going to have the symphony as their backup band. I mean, that's incredible. That is for Brazos Valley to have a ballet company like we have is really impressive for a small community compared to other organizations, Dallas or Houston or any others. So we have some amazing opportunities here, and that's what this increase is reflecting, is what we feel we can do with that to really take us to the next level.
When you submitted your application, I believe, Mary Ellen can correct me if I'm wrong, you had to submit your budget for the organization and audit and all that sort of thing. In your budget for next year, do you expect a proportionally larger increase in donations, membership contributions, or is this 21% across the board just seems kind of artificial across each of these categories? I'm sure you're working with different activities within each of those lines, and somewhere along the line you came up with that number because of the reasons you just expressed. But does your growth in membership and philanthropic donations to your organization, are you expecting them to increase?
Absolutely, yes. We're launching our our membership drive. We're also really focusing on corporate involvement and sponsorships that we have not really. I think that we have there are new opportunities that come as the city grows. So do our opportunities, and that's where we're trying to make sure that we engage with businesses, with individual memberships, so that people are more apt to think of us as a place to come to. So we're also focusing on trying to draw people to the Arts Center. We are the center of the arts in this area, and so by doing that, we're actively foundations and a lot of grants that we're going to be looking at. But we have to build our base, and that's really what this is. We've got to be able to, for us to be able to go out and solicit those, we also have to be able to prove this is the value that we're providing to the community. So,
thank you.
Yes.
Other
absolutely.
questions, Mr. Wright, and then Mr. White.
You might have mentioned this, but can you just touch really quickly on the tourism marketing and what that consists of in terms of, are you advertising for the events that you're having? Are you advertising College Station in general in conjunction with events? How's that tourism marketing work?
Very, very involved. We're very active in the greater promotion of events through all of our affiliates. We promote them through guest spots that we host on different, whether it's on television. We do a lot of interviews. We work with them. We do a lot of social media supporting that. So we have this community calendar, which brings attention to all of the events that are happening in the area, in addition to things that we do ourselves. So we really are working on expanding the collaborative value of what we provide, because it's important. The more people, we love all of our community, but we also want people to come and see us from other places. The Art and Culture Festival, for example, we had people come from a lot of different zip codes. It was really exciting to see that. So yes.
Mr. White? Mr. White, go ahead, and I'll go down.
Councilman Wright asked the exact question I was going to ask, so
Okay.
thank you.
Well,
Mr. Smith?
then I'll ask a different one. Your biggest line item is your affiliate grants and marketing. Who are the top 3 affiliate grants that the Arts Council supports?
So we work with the Bush Library and Museum quite a bit. A lot of that marketing that they do, and obviously they bring in a lot of that tourist business that we're all looking for. Opus, the Symphony, the ballet, a lot of smaller organizations. The GI Museum is also very prominent there. So we do a lot with the larger organizations as well as some of the others. But I would say the Bush Library, the Symphony, and Opus, the ballet, those organizations.
Okay, those are all, those are things that people do come to see. Those are great. I have gone to several of the local Art Center events and been very impressed with the way things are working. So you're doing a fine job.
Thank you.
Mr. Yancey? And then we'll finish with Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. You are kind of acting like a mini United Way for the arts, right? You're taking in funding, and you've got an ever-growing number of affiliates that you support and/or advertise for, coordinate with. What's as one member of council, tangible proof of our support for the Arts Center? And as an example, like Veterans Park and Steve Beachy and that board, they're making investments in sculpture, and we can see that and enjoy that and go to it. And are we doing stuff like that through, and if so, where?
So we are. A lot of it is event-based. So we work with Visit College Station. We've just applied for a grant for a concert series, for example, in conjunction with them. So a lot of event-based programs. So that if there's a concert series or those types of events, sculptures, obviously, we do a lot of art. We hope to put together, we're in the process of putting together a very comprehensive mural program that will be able to help communities when someone says, I would like a mural. We've got a whole, we've formed a committee to be able to help put those things together so that it's not just random that someone says, oh, I have a building here, I want to put a mural on it, but really a comprehensive way to help these organizations have a plan, I guess.
Later on, we're at this council's will to make investments in Northgate. And let's say, as an example, the top 12 Aggie traditions memorialized in bronze sculpture placed throughout. Would that be something that some of that could be accommodated within this budget that you're asking for, or are all of these funds already earmarked for all of your affiliate programs?
They are, so the affiliates can apply. So the criteria, you have to be a 501c3 and you have to be an affiliate of ours for a year. So an entity can apply. None of these are earmarked for the coming year. We have history with a lot, so we know we fund certain larger organizations at certain levels. But we certainly can entertain a request by a new entity as long as they've been an affiliate of ours for at least 12 months and they are a nonprofit.
Two more questions. The Lost Lawman statue in Austin is going to be moved to Veterans Park, the beautiful, beautiful sculpture through the Texas Sheriff's Association. Do y'all do anything with veterans and those sculptures out there in the past, or are they completely independent of you guys?
We have funded historically, and this is not under my watch, so I'm not exactly, I can't tell you specifically, but we have participated with them. As a matter of fact, the other day, we had happened to sit in the same meeting and had a conversation about some things that we can do to help. And again, that goes back to my feeling is that we have all of these amazing organizations, and if we can establish these collaborative programs, then we're all better off. So absolutely, I'd be thrilled to do that.
Last question. Your website, it lists all this stuff, and I got to be honest, as one member of council, it kind of feels like mission creep to me. To you, it's probably what you see as a core mission, and we could discuss that offline. But who else is, you're all over the place. You guys are in like 5 counties, is that right?
7.
7 counties?
Yes, sir.
How many other municipalities other than the city of College Station are direct funding partners of your organization?
Navasota and Grimes County. As far as municipalities, that's it. But we are expanding. We're using, for example, we have a program called Art for Life, which is a really amazing program that's currently funded through Brazos County that takes at-risk youth during the summer, and we provide 2 ways for them to learn how to handle their emotions and really be able to hopefully help them, give them a different way to handle things. One is a public art component and the other is a poetry component, and it has been very successful. We're, as a matter of fact, going to do the unveiling of a skate park mural in Bachman Park that's being done by this summer's cohort. And we're taking that program and scaling it, and we've got Washington County interested in doing it. Grimes County is going to be doing it with their juvenile constituents, let's say, the kids that need some attention. So we're trying to, right now, I've looked at, when I came, when I arrived here, looked at all these different opportunities. What I would like to do is make the things that we do well and that work, that could bring value to other communities, then offer those to them, and obviously they're going to have to pay for it, so there would be funding. So the plan is to engage with the municipalities to be able to help them help us.
And you prompted my last question. I said I would only have two, just one more. And I'm sorry to be the fiscal ogre, but it's tax dollars,
Sure.
right? Is it the right, proper role of an art center to be involved in, providing for the socioeconomically challenged, providing for mental health and other areas? I mean, we have an awful lot of organizations in this town that dedicate as their sole mission to doing those things. I mean, can you speak to that?
Absolutely. So, and that has to go with a little bit, or follows along with this affiliate program. So our affiliates have traditionally always been arts, history, and cultural organizations. But we've found that art is really helpful to a lot of other organizations. The Red Cross, for example, we hosted a blood drive. They've become an affiliate, a community affiliate. We hosted the blood drive, so all of the people that were coming in to donate blood went through the gallery and, got to see the art. Their blood pressure all dropped, and they were very calm and had a nice experience doing what they did for the community. We hosted an art workshop, a mosaic workshop, in conjunction with SARC, for victims of sexual abuse and people that wanted to. It was a healing mechanism. So what we do, we don't take those places. What we hope to do is become an adjunct to these other organizations that help people, but we use the art component to help. So we're not taking their place. I'm not drawing anyone's blood. I'm not doing any of that. But I do want us to be able to help other organizations, whether it's the hospice that needs, there are healing components with artistic programs that really do help, and why can't we?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Schaefer, you're on the board representing the council. I'd give you the opportunity to ask questions.
Thanks, Mayor. So I won't take too much more time. We spent a lot of time on it, Leslie, but thank you for being here. I appreciate the questions that my fellow council members are asking. I think that I would be supportive of this because one of the reasons is I think your leadership coming in recently has been very exciting, has really elevated what's happening. You've indicated that clearly, I think, with the comments and the answers to your questions tonight. I think you're absolutely right in that art touches so many areas of our community and does so many things for so many types of people. And I appreciate your willingness to come in and help make that happen. It's sometimes not understood, I think, the value of the arts to the wider community and the culture of a community, and we're lucky that we do a nice job with that, and the Arts Center is a very important part of that. So I'll simply make that statement, and thank you for being here and for your leadership.
Thank you very much.
Ms. McElhaney?
Okay, so in looking at, I just want to touch back to your question. According to our little report, Ballet Brazos, $27,820. The Symphony, $30,000, and $14,000 for marketing the Bush Library.
Annually it's $44,000. That was probably a quarterly report. But
Yeah, this was as of March 2025 for the ones that have been funded so far, right?
Correct.
Is that right on the other ones, or is it more?
It's now more because we funded further through that. So the annual funding equals 300 and.
Okay, so that
Yeah, those were
report
just
total ones.
quarterly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that makes more sense to me. And then I think the thing that I find challenging to wrap my head around is that this ask is the second largest of any we've got, second only to the appraisal district, which we're by law required to contribute to them. I mean, it's even a couple $100,000, $250,000 more than the health district. So give me a good argument for why the arts, was it arts? You renamed it.
Arts Center.
The Arts Council, the Arts Center is a better application of funds than, say, augmenting health district funding.
Well, I wouldn't say better. A lot of our funding comes through is from the hotel and occupancy tax, and so that's dedicated to tourism, which the health, and again, I'm not trying to say anything, but these are all incredibly worthy organizations. And what the increase is really to bring us up to speed with the growth of the community, and also to work in tandem with the organizations that are trying to bring more people to quality of life. The partnership, for example, when people are looking at a place to move their families, they also want to look at what other opportunities there are. You could have a great business environment, but there are people that are going to want to know, well, what else do we do? Where do we go for music? Where do we go for that type of summer camps, things like that? So we contribute a lot to the value of the city as far as from a marketing perspective. Why would you move here? I mean, yes, you have the access to a lot of these other valuable programs that we can provide. And so it's hard to say that, I'm not saying we're
Apples and oranges.
correct.
Well, to follow on that question, you gave a fairly decent breakdown. I actually read y'all's request pretty thoroughly, but y'all have a decent breakdown of how many hotel night stays you forecasted or attributed to each event. And it culminated in a pretty hefty number. How are you establishing and tracking those metrics?
So those come through many of our affiliates. Our affiliates, for example, the ballet has they do some great tracking, and that's one of the areas that we've instituted is how to measure people coming into our building. So we've had exponential number of visitors because of some of the things we're doing. We're a small part of that pie, but the majority of those numbers come through the visitorship that comes to either see the Nutcracker or go to the Bush Library, and actually the Bush Library numbers are not really included in what we've stated, but that come for the symphony, the restaurants, things like that. It's included, not just hotel nights, but it's an aggregate of all of our affiliates.
Okay. I'm curious, just as a point of discussion as we go through this into budget, including like some metrics as to what we would require that reporting to be before we could count it toward a actual attribution to a hotel stay occurred because of X.
Yeah, and we can anybody that receives hot funding is required to report, and we can kind of describe the mechanisms. And I think maybe what you're talking about too is when we give hot grants for specific programs or things, like what our standards would be. We have those, like from a city perspective, if we are going to give a grant to a 7-on-7 tournament coming or stuff like that, we definitely have those.
So would the city, there's a pretty good long list of programs that the Arts Council issues grants to. Could they also equally apply directly to the tourism group or no?
So, this is a council decision. In the past, it was laid out this way, and there is basically the way it works for people who may not know is you are able to allocate a percentage of hot funding each year to arts. You're not required to, but obviously hot funding has to go into certain categories. Marketing actually covers anything really. You can use all your hot on marketing if you want to, whether it's arts or whatever related. And then we require, when we give hot grants for programs or things, them to report back on hotel nights. And again, traditionally what we're doing is the sports and things like that. It has not gone through a tourism committee and in this case, these don't go through staff or council. They're done through the Arts Council or Arts Center. I'll get it too. But it's up to council how you want to see that done. It really
I think councils in the past have thought that it's very efficient to have an organization like the Arts Center or previously Arts Council. We direct those organizations that are affiliated and logically engaged in the larger definition of the arts in the community. They go to them, they don't come to us. So that means that this meeting, as long as it's going to run, there's about 10 or 12 organizations or 30 or 40 organizations that go directly to them that don't come to us. And that's a way for us to recognize the professional evaluation and engagement that professionals can do in terms of evaluating what comes to them. And it goes back to the board that Mr. that Grover's on and Scott's on that ultimately approve, I think, the final allocation of those grants. That's why they don't come to us.
Makes sense. I have one more question. What percentage of your budget is administration and overhead?
Let's see, right about 40, not quite 40%.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we'll probably have more discussion on this when it comes to our budget workshop next week, but thank you, Leslie, for being here and answering the questions and helping us understand the organization better.
Thank you.
And your increased request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
The next discretionary funding is all from the general fund, and first we have the Aggieland Humane Society that provides funding for the animal shelter. They are requesting a 15% increase for a total of $349,140, and their representative, Katrina Ross, is here for any questions.
Thank you. Katrina, come forward. Any questions from council? You want to make an opening statement, please? We don't need a whole...
Sure, no. Howdy. So nice to be here. Nice to see y'all again. This is my third year. I'm really excited to see that. Again, Aggieland Humane Society is your local nonprofit animal shelter that has a contractual obligation with the city of College Station. Looking at our last numbers that we included in the packet, 49% of all of our pet intakes come from the city of College Station. In our request, we are asking for a 15% increase. I do want to note that we keep this equitable. We've asked for Brazos County to come up 25%, again, to match the growing need in what we see in the shelter. For the city of College Station, our pet intake is up 2.8%. County tag sales were down 9%. And again, our total intakes is 49% of those pets. So the bulk of our animals come from College Station. I'd also like to point out that in our proposed budget for 25-26, we have a very large goal of fundraising $1.32 million. So we are still carrying the bulk of the animal care cost. Everything except for what we've asked for from you and College Station is donor funded through grants, through private donor opportunities. And as y'all know, in this climate right now, donations are becoming harder and harder. So this is a very aggressive goal and what we do to not put the burden solely on College Station. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Yeah, we'll start down here, Mr. Shaver.
No?
Yancy? Ms. McElhaney?
Just a question, your facilities, are y'all needing to make capital investment, or is most everything just operations and maintenance?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I'll highlight a few of our line item increases. We have about a 15.62% increase in salaries and benefits. We have brought on another full-time veterinarian, which is amazing for the quality of care that we can provide, but that and some more support staff causes an increase. We do have, where we have noted, a large increase for our property repairs and maintenance. We forecasted a 22% increase in that, as we do have an aging facility. Y'all know we threw the facility together in about 30 days in 2011, and with the anticipation that we would turn around and build a new facility rather quickly. Unfortunately, that's taken some time, and so we are feeling the effects of having an aging facility that was not designed to sustain for years and years of life saving. Also, our kennel supply expenses increased dramatically due to product costs from our vendors and having additional pets in our custody. When we have more pets to care for, that's more food, more cleaning, more vaccinations. That all cost to provide high-quality care.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
From what I recall here indirectly, that a big target of the capital campaign is new capital, new building is
Yes.
not to fund the operations. What you're asking us for is all operational.
Correct. Yes,
support.
correct. This would not be to fund
Yeah.
capital campaign.
Right.
Absolutely. But if you would like to.
I just
we could
wanted to
talk.
clarify that capital campaign. I know you got to build a new building, you need more
Yes.
kennels.
Oh, yes.
You
But
need-
we know that is a need. And anytime, y'all have an open invitation to come out and see the facilities. We are overcrowded right now, and I will take this opportunity to plug. We're doing an adoption special, $7 for all dogs and cats that are fixed and ready to go home now through Saturday. So everyone in this room, y'all can leave with a pet. Happy, we can go back to the shelter right now and I can make your match.
Pretty sure that's the only tour my husband would prohibit me from taking, as he knows I would come home with a puppy.
Mr. White, do you have any question?
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership over the last 3 years.
you.
You've asked for a 15% increase.
That's correct.
Over the 3 years, have you asked every year for an increase, or do you know if this is?
We have asked for increases. Let's see, I will tell you.
Based on the services to the city College Station, you're taking more animals in, as I recall.
That is correct. We have continued to see a rise in animal intakes from the city of College Station. And we have continued to ask for increases. I believe the first year in last year we asked for a 10% increase. And then in the fiscal year 23-24, we asked for a 5.5% increase. Now, we do want that to stabilize. We don't want to continue to ask for colossal increases each year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions?
A very quick one.
Sure.
Would you contribute the higher percentage of pets from College Station due to the population size, or is it something else?
We have a lot of community cats. And when we have cats in our communities that are not sterilized, they will continue to breed and make more cats. We do know that a lot of our large dogs come from Brazos County, and a lot of our cats come from the city of College Station. So whether that's because we have more residents coming in that are feeding the cats and not necessarily fixing them, or because y'all have some fantastic officers in the field that do a really great job, sometimes a little too good of a job because they bring them in faster than we can get them up for adoption. But without diving deeper into that at this exact moment, it would just be speculation.
I would remind council that if the Aggieland Humane Society was not in existence, we'd be finding somebody else or we'd be doing it ourselves. So from a cost point of view, an investment from the city, our animal control officers need to have a facility. City Bryan chooses to build its own, and I gather they're in that process currently, and so they pay for their own through an expensive set of investments, and it may work out fine for them. That's great, but in my mind, I think having a third party provide this service and represent a larger program in the community is really worthwhile, and I certainly see the logic of what we're doing in general. The 15% increase, we'll debate that a little bit and when we actually have our budget workshop, but we understand where you're at, and if there are no other questions, I think Mr. Smith has stepped out, so we will thank you very much and move to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Alert Network, Brazos Valley.
Chuck Fleeger's here if you have any questions. He is requesting the same amount of funding as in FY25.
Can I just ask, do we need Mr. Flieger to speak? No, I think we're good. I think you're good. Thank you for staying, though, Chuck. Appreciate it.
Glenn Brewer is here from the Bryan College Station Chamber of Commerce. He is also requesting the same amount of funding in 25 for FY26 with no increase.
Mr. Brewer, are you here? Okay, do we need to speak to Mr. Brewer? Yes, we do have a question for Mr. Yancey. Wait till he gets up here. Wait till he gets up here. Mr. Yancey had his hand up first. You're after him.
I didn't see him.
Well, I was looking that way. That's my problem.
The crowd is worried about me keeping it short. Welcome, Mr. Mayor and council and crack staff.
Glenn, you do an excellent job with your $25,000. One fast question.
Yes.
It's come to my attention there's an out-of-town group from Houston trying to involve itself in chamber activities not affiliated with our chamber regarding the Business Expo. You never asked for an increase. Would you need an increase for our own BCS Chamber of Commerce to host a business expo?
Well, I mean, we understand the constraints that you guys live under, and I think in my 8 years at the chamber, we've never asked for an increase as we continue to provide our services. On a business expo, certainly anyone is welcome to come in and do any kind of business expo. That is something that we would normally do ourselves and have done in the past. Whenever there was, became a time where the need or the feedback on the business expo was not what we would expect and would want to provide. So many different business expos now. They have the Home and Garden Expo, the builders. There's a lot of different ones. We've talked actually internally about going ahead and doing another one because frankly, we feel we can do a business expo locally better than anyone else can. But yes, we could always use funding and help with that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any other questions? Mr. White, yes.
Shrew, thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much for your leadership. You're literally everywhere, and we appreciate that. I just want to kind of piggyback on what Councilman Yancey's question was. You provide tremendous service, especially from a legislative standpoint, that benefits the city of College Station. You've never asked for an increase. You've never asked for an increase. That was going to be my question is, y'all are out there. You're very visible. You're doing a lot of great things for not only the city of College Station, but for our entire county. Why didn't you ask for an increase this year?
Well, I will say this, as I said before, you will notice at our annual banquet in the city of College Station in November, we'll be announcing our new building project. And so I'm sure I'll be talking to all of you individually and the staff. That's something that we would greatly appreciate some help with. And I tell you, as far as our expenses go up every year, just like our businesses, insurance, personnel cost, rent, we could always use the extra
And
help.
I've been to many of your events, and you have a great staff.
Yes.
You have a small staff compared to
blessed.
all the programs that you do, and they're amazing.
We are
of what
blessed.
y'all put on. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sure, I'm not going to ask the same question because I know you would ask me for more money. So I'm not going to ask you to ask me for more money. I'm not going to do that. But I will say that contribution is really, Glenn has referred to it before, as sort of a contract, because in return we get recognition and we get to be the sponsor for their Economic Development Council Day in January. So we get some recognition for that, and that's our way of supporting what they're doing. And of course, they do a great job of retention of businesses. There being 1,700 businesses.
Almost 1,700. I would say we provide almost $30,000 worth of services for the 25,000. So not only are we not asking for an increase, we actually provide more services each year at the same rate.
And that's why I write my personal check to be a member of the chamber every year. So you just need more of those too, from everybody up here.
Also, I would like to say, if I do have the microphone, I want to thank Michael. We've been involved. Thank you for including us with your economic development study. The meetings I've been involved in so far have been excellent, and I think you're going to get some really good results after that. And I also appreciate Ross for being on our board and being ex officio. He does a great job representing the city of College Station.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the last council discretionary funding for the general fund is the Brazos Transit District. They are asking for a 20% increase from their FY25 funding for a total of $400,800. And Joe Marlowe is here in case you have any questions.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Joe. I'm glad to see you representing the organization today.
Thank you for having me.
You have any comments, or you want to just go to the questions?
I can just take some questions.
All right, well, let's start with the questions at the far end. Mr. Schaefer, none. Mr. Yancey?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Marlowe, for being here. I have to ask some tough questions again. I apologize in advance, but I feel it's my fiduciary duty. I see a lot of empty green buses in the city of College Station. And several months ago, personal friend of mine, and the City of Bryan's mayor, Bobby Gutierrez, was on WTAW, and he talked about the difference in the utilization of Brazos Transit District between the two cities. And he even suggested during this live interview with Mr. DeLucia that the City of Bryan might fund at a greater rate because there's a greater participation or utilization, ridership in the City of Bryan as compared to the City of College Station. With all that as background, is there a delta between what those two cities are contributing to your organization?
I would say the city of Bryan does have more fixed routes in the two cities, but I think that's due to A&M encompassing a lot of the transportation with the students, so there's not necessarily a need for the fixed route service in College Station, but it is utilized by the students. The city of Bryan is looking at trying to do a trolley route that will go from their city to the city of College Station and campus. So there is some partnerships that we are looking to work on, but we have seen a 25% increase in ridership from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. So we do see some increases happening. I think we're working with our USDA committee, which is a new committee that we started once we were transitioned from a small urban to a large urban. And for those that aren't familiar with that, it's when the 2020 census, we went over the 200,000 population growth, and so it put us in a new funding category. So there were 3 transit agencies in the state of Texas that went from a small urban to a large urban, and that large urban pot of money did not change. It's the same amount of money. So there were some fluctuations there. We did receive a big decrease in federal funding and as well as state funding, but it's something that we are trying to work on legislatively to help kind of reduce some of those costs as well.
Let me ask my question a different way. Are you also asking for $400,800 from the City of Bryan?
Yes, and from the county.
So they're equal, all 3?
Yes, sir.
And that's by MOU right now. Mr. Young, that was the agreement at the beginning of this new structure.
And you guys are, you're still, you're systemically upside down in your budget, right? Like this $400,800 is not going to be, you're going to be asking for more next year, correct?
We hope not, but this was due to, this is just the second year of funding that we have asked for. So we've been in Bryan and College Station for 50 years, and this is the second time that we've come to the city for funding, and it was just due to the decrease that we received in federal funding. But we hope that it will level out soon, and we don't foresee this to be a continuing growing percentage of
So
funding.
last question. I just have to be able to answer my constituents when they ask me, and I assure you they do, that, you know, those buses in College Station, there's never anybody in them. What, and that's an exaggeration. Sometimes there's 1, maybe sometimes there are 3. I called the president and CEO, personal friend of Baylor Scott and White, because I'm pointedly interested in how many people are getting medical services transpo as a result of your organization, which I think is important. And the numbers that they report on the daily are just not real big. And so how do you respond to that?
Well, I said that there are different times of the day that the vehicles are utilized. We have fixed route service, ADA paratransit service, and Dominion response service within Bryan and College Station. The size of the buses that we use for each service are different, but it's a service that is essential for those with low income or those that are needing to get to work or go to doctor's appointments, grocery stores, different things like that as well.
Thank you for putting up with my questions. Thank you,
Not a
Mayor.
problem.
Thank you. Ms. McElhaney, any question?
A quick one. Just over the last even year, the way transportation is utilized and the types and modes of transportation that are utilized has changed drastically. I get to see that every time I leave my neighborhood in the morning, especially when the students are in town. Is the district open to like really sitting down and looking at a plan that would be more targeted to the needs of College Station? Or are we tied to the what do you call it, a whistle stop? What do you call it when what do you flag them down? We don't have the fixed routes, we have, what's the other kind?
The flag stop.
Flag stop, okay. If it's a train, it's a whistle stop. But anyway, long story short, are there opportunities for us to sit down with you guys and kind of figure out what that transportation support would look like for College Station versus, say, Bryan? They're using it different ways, so.
Yes, so we are technically the general public transportation provider for both cities, but I think with the UZA committee, that's something that we are starting to look at. We've only had 3 meetings, and we've kind of had to establish, chair, vice chair, things like that, and get things kind of.
UZA?
UZA is a large urbanized area committee. So there is somebody from city managers from City of College Station, City of Bryan, Brazos County, A&M, and TxDOT are all voting members of this committee. And right now, I think we have a meeting on Monday, but that is something that we're kind of looking at, like specifically for City of College Station, things that are important to the City of Bryan and how we can kind of cooperate with both cities and try to meet the needs of.
You have a commitment to be dynamic.
Yes,
Not
ma'am.
just do what you've always done and, okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me just add to that, the urbanized committee is a good point that City Manager Woods sits on that committee, and working through the first couple of 3 years of this new structure where the cities are now being asked to contribute something, as you made a point. The cities never contributed anything. It was all federal and state funds up till now. But under the new regime, if we want any buses at all, we've got to be a partner in some way. And so we started at this level. City manager, I know, has rich experience and contributes to that committee. And I'm looking forward to seeing that committee be really active and guiding the dynamism, I guess you might call it, of the organization, seeing how it can do more with less or do more and stay within the budget constraints. So I appreciate that. Questions down here, Mr. White.
Real quick, let me have you expand on the MOU. The mayor mentioned that we have an MOU. Is it the same that every entity pays the same amount? Is that what I recall you said?
Yes.
Okay, so if we don't, go up 20%, is there a correlation between what we give and what Bryan and the county gives?
No, I don't believe so.
So you're coming to us for 20 and you're going to them for 20 as well, 20% increase. So we're all the same, but this is discretionary funds that we're discussing right now. So we can either adopt it or modify it. They don't have to do that, right? The other entities. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Morello. Appreciate you being here, and staff as well. Appreciate the presentation that'll be discussed finally on the 16th. Oh, we have one more.
Yes, we have one more.
Only one more or several more?
Well, I'm going to ultimately ask for some direction, so we do have that fun, exciting time coming as well. The council discretionary funding from the HOT funds is for the Veterans Memorial. Mr. Steve Beachy is here, and they are requesting the same amount of funding as they did in FY25.
Mr. Beachy, are you here? There he is. You have 1 minute, Mr. Beachy, to make your opening remarks. I can see him bringing a whole speech up here, but.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and we do have our president, Michael Baudelaire, and also one of our new members, Ben Roper, who you might know, and he's provided some excellent work for our board and what have you. Our focus for next year is one project, America 250, and it will be providing enhancements at the American Revolutionary site as well as the War of 1812 site. The project's a little over $100,000, of which this $30,000 would go directly to that project. No overhead or operations is included. It all goes directly to the project.
Okay. Questions at this end? Mr. White and then Mr. Wright.
Go ahead.
Mr. Smith. Okay, Mr. Wright.
I actually have a quick procedural type question. Is there a reason why this is a direct ask and not through the Arts Council?
we've been a direct request for many, many years. The Veterans Memorial is an affiliate of the Arts Council, but our operation involves the names on the walls and all these type of things in the memorial. And the sole mission is the operation and enhancement of the Veterans Memorial.
You can see how it goes somewhat outside that scope.
And it's physically inside of Veterans Park, so it kind of started that way and then done that way. Okay, Mr. White.
Mr. Beachy, thank you so much. I think what you're doing is shown by the mayor's proclamation tonight for all the outstanding work that the Brazos Valley Memorial is doing. How often have you come to council for funding? How many years have you come? Is this your first year? Looks like we gave you $30,000.
The city of College Station, along with the other partners, have been involved the entire 25 years.
Okay.
And we do have if you look over the 25-year history, the cumulative history of this organization, College Station's contribution has been about 17%. City of Bryan's been about 11, county 12%, donated services about 17%, corporate contributions have been about 8%, and individual contributions is our largest, about 35%.
That's super helpful. When was the last time we've increased your funding from the city?
It's been several years, and the project this year is equally divided between the three governmental agencies of $30,000 each. Plus, we have a family foundation that is donating $25,000 to come to that total, and we expect to get more donations. One of the things that we're going to do is have a bronze full-size replica of the Declaration of Independence mounted on granite at that site, along with other site improvements. And then on July 4th, there'll be a reading of that declaration with the 56 signers being answered by local residents. And then at the War of 1812, there'll be some enhancements over there, including a bronze replica of the Star-Spangled Banner. And so...
Yeah, that's outstanding. And didn't you mention that 100% of this money will go to the project?
100%. Nothing
So
to...
nothing, no admin or nothing, this
No.
goes straight to your projects?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing no one. Thank you, Mr. Beachy. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you for your
Thank you
support.
very much.
Okay, council, this is just a reminder, the amount that is included in the FY '26 budget request related to outside agencies is $3,389,788, with an increase of $360,118 that's been requested, or an 11.89%. Are there any questions or directions for me at this time?
These will be discussed, and they're all nodding. That means I need to be quiet.
No, I'm just going to say, you can obviously give direction now it's posted. You can discuss, it through the budget process all the way from workshop all the way until you adopt it and change any part of the budget, including these. But if there's anything you guys want to give us direction on now, you certainly can.
And my suggestion is that quite a few of those will probably reach agreement on pretty quickly. 2 or 3 of those might take some time for discussion, and I would think that would be best to be done when we consider the entire budget workshop and have those discussions about particularly those that are increased or those that perhaps we are less than satisfied with and need to be adjusted some way down. We do that at the budget workshop. Is that agreeable or not?
It is to me. I just wanted to clarify, even proposed increases, we would hold them.
You can make a motion on anything you want.
I would like to make one.
Well, when the time comes at budget workshop, that'd be fine.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think that's the appropriate place. We aren't going to debate any of these issues tonight, so there's no point in having a motion.
Okay.
I think the point is that we've got the budget workshop set up, and during that morning session, because we've reserved the afternoon to capital projects, I know that. So somewhere in the morning, we've got to fit in a discussion of these items and requests. Is
Yeah,
that
I would
fair
just
enough?
say, we lay out a process to get you through it all, but it's up to you how you go about it. This is your
Well-
first crack at it, and then you go all the way through it. So it's up to y'all when you want to give us.
Well,
The way we have it set up is these, and obviously the budget in general is how it is until you guys tell us to change it.
Well,
But you
so-
can tell us to change it all the way up until you vote on it.
Well, since I'm the mayor, I'm going to come with a recommendation on a group of them, that we adopt them as requested, and then I'll leave the council members to debate which ones they may wish to adjust if they want to. But that's just my approach to kind of narrowing it down so we get through that morning session of the budget workshop day. Mr. White, do you have a problem?
I just have one clarification for our discussion. The Keep Brazos Beautiful request, that is for a scholarship?
The additional 1,000?
Additional 1,000 for the scholarship, is that correct?
It's in, yes,
Okay,
that's what
thank
we
you.
were informed.
Thank you, I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Wright, you got a question? No, at that meeting. Somehow we got to streamline it because we only got 8 hours that day, and this clearly is going to take a little bit more discussion. And since we got 3 workshop items, 2 more workshop items we haven't gotten to, and I need a break, then I think we'll move on. Mary Ellen, is that okay with you? That we have it in that morning on the 16th?
Yes, sir, however you want to do
Give you
it.
direction to more narrowly narrow that down. As the city manager says, we can make a change all the way up to when we adopt the budget in late August. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your work in pulling all this together. Chair is going to recognize a 5-minute recess, and then we will pick up with the next workshop item, which is regarding neighborhood parking update, item 8.2. Be back here in 5 minutes, quarter of 9. Okay, we are back. It's on the regular agenda. We're moving to item 8.2, which is presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding neighborhood parking update. And Ms. Jennifer Prohaska, Assistant City Manager, is going to lead this discussion and give us this report.
Good evening, Jennifer Prohaska, City Manager's Office. This item is a follow-up to the presentation from late April that was related to potential solutions to neighborhood parking issues that we've seen as a symptom or an impact of unplanned overoccupancy in areas where the infrastructure may not have been built or be sufficient to support it. At that time, we talked about potential on-site solutions or on-lot solutions to parking, as well as on-street options, and received direction from the council to take a look at overnight parking removal. This was the slide that was shown during that presentation that used to kind of summarize some of the potential on-street actions that could be explored to deal with the large number of vehicles with that unplanned overoccupancy in some of our areas. Again, at that time, staff directed us to look at moving forward to restrict overnight street parking. There was also some interest in removing street parking, particularly from one side in some areas. We didn't hear a consensus at that time, but that is still something that we can look at here. Again, tonight we're going to talk about the overnight removal option, and we need to decide a couple of things to move forward. Staff would like feedback and direction from council so that when we engage the community, we know what you want a program to kind of look like before we ask people to give their feedback on that. So again, deciding what overnight means on this slide that we showed in April, the example was 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Could be something different, and we can talk through that. We also need to talk about what areas of the city this could apply to and how it may apply on special events or game days, and then the intent of the program or ordinance. Is this a pilot program? Is this a permanent thing? And when I say permanent, when parking is removed by ordinance, it can always be brought back by ordinance. So nothing there is really permanent. In the next few slides, I'm going to show you some of the potential ways that an area can be designated or defined for overnight parking restrictions. I have a series of maps, and then we can go back and talk through the time frame question and some of the other details. One of the first ways we could look at restricting parking is by zoning district. So you could say, we believe in all single-family zoning districts, and that's basically the yellow on this map. We believe that it should be restricted in all of those areas, and you can look at removing on-street parking overnight in a certain time frame related to the zoning districts. This, of course, being a very large portion of the city, would have an impact on planned resources for enforcement of something like that. Another option is to look at the comprehensive plan. We have a neighborhood conservation designation on the comprehensive plan. It is primarily in areas that are located the northern part of the city, close to Texas A&M University. Those areas are highlighted in that yellow-green color, and university property there is in the white or gray color. So that would be one option. Those areas, based on the comprehensive plan, were intended to be conserved in their original form. Another way to look at that, and I just overlaid on that same map, is by neighborhood. You could say certain neighborhoods in the city, we would like to see overnight parking restriction. These here are just examples. These are our neighborhood plan areas. We have South Side, South Knoll, Eastgate, Central College Station shown on those. It wouldn't have to be these exact boundaries, but this is an example of where you might say, where we see the unplanned over occupancy is in this neighborhood, and we would like to focus there. Another way could just be the proximity to the university. That green line that was superimposed on the map is approximately 1 mile from the university line there on those two sides. And so if you looked within a mile of the university and said, we want to do it here, that's what that could look like. And then you can always do it street by street. Parking is removed by ordinance by street, and so that is something that you could look at an on-street basis. If you looked at a specific neighborhood and said, we have a list of streets where we have some real concerns with the amount of parking related to the unplanned over-occupancy, then we could look at those. This is an example map here. This is one of the areas of Southside, and you probably can't see the detail here, but it is intended to be illustrative. But it shows where there are streets that are less than our standard 27-foot wide, and it shows where parking has already been removed on one or both sides. Southside actually does have a lot of parking that has been removed by ordinance because of substandard streets in that area. So those are ways to look at defining the area, and I'm going to kind of outline the considerations here, move on to the engagement plan, and we're going to come back. And this is the slide I'm going to leave you guys on to have a discussion as a council. So again, we have a list of items that we would like some direction on before taking the proposal to the public for feedback. When we present options to the public, we want to make sure that it is what the council is wanting us to ask of the public. On all of these items, we can ask residents to provide input on multiple options. If we're looking at the time frame and you're saying, I don't know if it should be 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. or 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., we can ask the community both of those questions. It does not have to be one or the other. But if you as a council already know which direction you want to go, I would like to know that so we can ask that question to the community. As far as community engagement goes, the last time this was discussed, council gave staff direction to engage the public. Who and how we engage will likely depend on how and where we decide to move forward with potential parking restrictions. If we're looking at a larger or broader approach, citywide or something like that, the city can use its survey tool in that case to kind of understand the larger sentiment or any major concerns throughout the community in conjunction with kind of open house style meetings. If we're looking at a pilot project or a smaller area or a single neighborhood, if you're looking specifically at places that are already experiencing a high level of parking due to overoccupancy, then it would make sense probably to invite people to come in for meetings where we have a conversation with those groups, and then also provide them with an electronic opportunity to respond, but probably not using that same citywide survey tool, if that makes sense. If we are looking from a timeline standpoint to engage both property owners and residents, we would probably begin that engagement process in September. Everybody's back in town, and we would get the most feedback at that point. We could, again, look at multiple proposals or options and then bring back a proposed ordinance after that public input process to the council for consideration. I'd anticipate that that would be mid-fall. Education could run concurrently with the adoption of an ordinance and enforcement of an ordinance, or the council could at that time direct us to educate first and then have an ordinance go in effect if you move in that direction. And we have talked about potential notification as well, and notification of both the public engagement and the educational piece, if we move forward with an ordinance like this, could probably look similar. We can do direct mailings if it's a smaller area, social media and other HOA outreach opportunities if it's larger areas. And so, again, that will depend on which direction we want to move when we're looking at where to do overnight regulation. We have already been proactively contacted by both representatives of student government at A&M. Looking to be involved and engage in this discussion, and I think that they've already started engaging some of the students in that discussion. And then we've also been contacted by residents of various neighborhood groups, so there is definitely interest in the public to talk about this item. I'm going to head back to the previous slide and give you guys an opportunity to talk through some of the potential parameters. Again, want to talk about kind of that full or partial removal. Does this mean overnight parking, which is the avenue we've been heading down, or one side street removal? Can look at the time frame for overnight parking removal and talk about whatever questions you guys have and potential pros and cons there. Defining the area is probably one of the biggest things I would want to look at, because that's who we notify, who it's going to affect, and it certainly speaks to resource needs there too. And then if there's any special consideration you guys would want to give to special events or game days, maybe talk about that too. I am available for questions if y'all have any, or otherwise this is intended for y'all's discussion and for us to get direction to move forward.
Okay, I think what we'll do with first time around is use go from position number one with Mr. Smith and have him ask questions or comment on the items on that list. The useful list I've gone through it in my mind. I think I know what my comments are, but I'll start with Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I guess I think looking at the time frame, and 2 to 5 a.m. seems like a good bracket time, and removing, all the parking would be affected during that time. Defining the area, you're right, is a hard one. It's hard to know what would be the most effective. Another thing that comes to mind is, okay, when you do decide that, you're going to have to do a lot of signage, and signage is going to be, some of these area designations are going to be easier to sign than others, and also some of them are going to be easier logistically to enforce than others. And so I think we kind of have to look at those issues as well as having it be effective for the purpose that we're looking for. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I am for the overnight removal and coming up with the most effective area to define. And as far as special events, I guess when I think about that, is it like, well, are we looking at just having this restriction be effective during special events, or are we looking at having an amnesty type thing for a football weekend or some kind of, I don't know what we're talking about there exactly, but I guess it's one or both.
Explain why you got that at the bottom.
Sure. if the council had concern that the parking restriction timeframe that you wanted to move forward with could potentially interfere with area parking for game days or special events, we could do something different there.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Mr. Wright?
Okay, I'll just kind of go down your list here and give you my thoughts. I think it should be full removal. The 2 to 5, I think, is the right zone that we talked about. We're really talking about South Side. This really has come up because of occupancy. So we're really talking about South Side right now. And since anybody in the community can come forward and be like, hey, I think we should remove parking on this street, and we can ask to consider it, I don't know if we need to be proactively engaging all single-family areas, because if anybody has a problem, they can come talk to us about it. But we're actually just kind of proactively taking care of that area more or less, because it has in ways been asked. So I don't know if I like the mile proximity, because I think that seems clean and easy, but I don't know if it'd just be easier to say there is that already neighborhood conservation overlay. I don't know if you just tie that into the zoning and say where that overlay is, you remove parking overnight. So I think, I know I'm hitting everything you just said without giving clear direction, but I think it's best, we're talking about one neighborhood right now. And I think whatever is the easiest on the city side to designate this area. I don't know if it's the conservation. I don't know if it's the overlay. I don't know if it's within the mile. I like the mile just because that could, it would pull in places not there. And then this isn't what you're asking for special events and game days, but I am in favor of bringing back the Park Mobile for game days. I think that for paying for parking in that area, I think it will help. And also, when we have these folks come up here like BTD asking for money, I think having an influx of money from outside visitors that's transportation related, you get money, even if it's a little bit, you get something that could go towards transportation in the city, things that can go back into the community from outside visitors. So my opinion on Special Events and Games Day is to bring back paid parking.
Mr. White?
Thank you so much. Great overview. Poses a lot of questions for me. You and I had a couple conversations about parking has been.
We're supposed to have answers, not questions.
I know. I've got to start out with a question, if you don't mind. What is the ultimate goal here? What is the ultimate goal that we're trying to do with parking? Are we dealing with the 4 unrelated? Is that what the goal is?
Yeah, we're looking at kind of health and safety related symptoms of unplanned overoccupancy.
Okay.
So in areas where you see a larger drain on the infrastructure than it was ever intended to have.
So we're not specifically talking game day. We're not
No,
specifically
no.
talking.
This would be an everyday type
So
thing,
this
right.
is, we're trying to solve an issue that is more of an everyday.
Yes.
And I agree with my colleague. We're probably just talking around like a mile, maybe a mile and a half radius around the campus.
Okay.
That's kind of what I'm making the assumption about. So if we're doing that, then explain to me what partial removal is. What's full and partial removal?
Well, if you wanted to look at just removing parking on one side of the street overnight,
okay.
or
rather
one
than
side of
both
the street
sides.
all day, or
Yeah.
partial or full.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So I would agree that I would be supportive of more of a proximity around the campus. I think if we're trying to achieve the unrelated issue, I think, 2 to 5 is a good starting point. It could be midnight to 5. It could be whatever our citizens want. And thank you so much for including the students in this. I think we really need to hear from the students and the leaders from the students there. I would be more inclined to focus on that rather than the game days and special events, because that's not really achieving what our goal is.
Ms. McElhaney?
Okay, full removal. I like the time frame. I think the 2 a.m. is important. Bars close at 2. You're going to have all kinds of churn around that time, I would imagine, if you're dealing with student-heavy areas. So I think 2 to 5 is probably the right window. I like using the neighborhood conservation overlay as the guideline as to where we're going to do this. Those neighborhoods are already set aside as being the ones we want to preserve, and that's just a very binary way to look at it. I don't have a strong opinion one way or other on the special events and game days. I'm not. I don't know what happens in the neighborhoods on game days versus just regular day-to-day parking. I'm sure there are a lot of overnight guests, and maybe what William suggested could be a possibility, but I'm not sure if amnesty may not be or not making it a thing on game days may be an option too. So, but definitely full removal, definitely 2 to 5-ish, and definitely neighborhood preservation overlay for me.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mrs. Prohaska. Excellent presentation. I can't give you any clarity from myself as one member of council. I think this is too big of a policy decision, and I'm going to have to consult with my constituents at length. But I do have some questions. Is everything on this page legal?
Yes, we can remove parking from public roads.
There's nothing about any of these that are discriminatory. For our legal department, by us espousing publicly that we may be using this policy to get at another one, are we exposing ourselves to litigation?
And staff's intent is not to get around any legislation. It is to deal with already occurring public safety issues related to the number of vehicles because of unplanned over-occupancy in
Thank you.
certain
That's an
areas.
important clarification. So,
And that's how we were instructed to deal with it, correct?
Yes.
By our Senator Betancourt, I believe, was exactly what he said.
So a guy drives a HVAC repair truck, and it's, badged, it's a company vehicle. And he's got, 2 teenage kids that drive, and he typically parks the work vehicle in the driveway, and one of his son or daughter parks in the street. What do they do going forward?
I mean, there is some direction that you could give us on that, but if it were overnight parking, no parking allowed from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., those vehicles could not be on the street.
Would it be possible to carve out or have them pay a fee or just sign up for and make a case that I have to park this vehicle in the, or no?
Everything is possible. Those things are possible, I think. I think then you're looking at a permitting program, which is administratively burdensome, and the enforcement then becomes difficult. Because instead of being able to drive by as a code officer or a police officer and say, car, yes or no, you have to then go a further step. I see a car. Does it have a permit? Is the permit visible and valid? Is it attached to the right vehicle? There's a lot of other pieces that come with it. The car parked, yes or no, is the least resource-intensive way that we could enforce an ordinance that way.
And this may be a subjective policy determination that staff don't want to answer. And if you don't, I understand. But what about 5 kids, students, in a 5-bedroom or even a 4-bedroom that now legally can reside there, and not all of the cars fit into the driveway? What would we, from a lifestyle change, what would we ask of them? What would our education protocol be? You need to do this going forward.
Well, depending on the lot size, there would be potentially an opportunity to add parking if they weren't already at their impervious cover max. Or they may have alternate modes of transportation. But ultimately, one of the things that we discussed last time is that there could be an effect on the number of people that would choose to lease something because of the number of parking spaces available.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Jennifer. I've lived in this neighborhood for 30 years, and I've seen the parking for 30 years, and I've seen it on game days, and I've seen it not on game days, and I think that that it is important that we consider parking in this area just as a starting point. I don't think, and I know that we in our culture take it for granted that streets are also parking lots. But it's not necessarily a given. We shouldn't necessarily think that as a public entity, we should be providing street parking for everybody just because it's convenient. So that's another point. The street in front of my house on Pershing has never in 30 years had parking on either side. I've worked it out with neighbors for 30 years to park cars when families show up for big events and other kinds of things. So if it's one person on the council's perspective, it can work. You can figure out how to do it if you need to do it. Full or partial removal, I think both are possible. I would probably argue for full, given my own experience and what I know can work. I think if we look at it street by street, there are some widths over there that make more sense than others for full, maybe just based on a safety and health perspective. There are times on game days in the South Side neighborhood that yes, a fire truck can get through. That's great. That's really important for public safety. But if you meet another car coming the other way, you can't move up and down the street. It's very inconvenient. Now, personally, I'm okay to put up with some of that inconvenience on game days and special events if we need to. And one of the things I was going to ask is, we used to have a situation over there where we had flippable signs. And during most times they said something nice like historic neighborhood. And then other times on game days it was possible to park on, or I should say, it was possible to park on both sides and it said historic neighborhood on game days, so you could park anywhere, and then it flipped down for no parking the rest of the time or something to that effect. How did that change? Do you recall? You've been here for quite a while.
I do remember when those signs were up, and I know that they are no longer up. I do not recall what changed.
Okay, well, we could go back to something like that if we felt like it was important as a council to offer that opportunity on game days. So I think that we do need to keep special events in mind because that area is under high stress when it comes to football games in particular. So I think to go on, not to talk too long about this, but I think full would be my preference, but partial may be possible in some areas. We could potentially think about a street by street. 2 to 5, yes, I agree with that. Proximity to the university, I think, is important. I think the line you had drawn in roughly a 1 mile radius, because I do think Eastgate experiences some of this as well. And if it doesn't now, it's going to. I don't necessarily feel like other parts of I could be wrong because I don't live in those other neighborhoods, but I feel like the pressure is really right up against the university, and we ought to be thinking about that in particular. So that's me. Full, partial in some cases, depending on street width, maybe we could go street by street. 2 to 5, proximity to university.
Okay, let me go down my list. I think it needs to be, we're starting with overnight parking, that's what we're talking about. I think it needs to be full. I don't know how you do partial because you wind up, well, I'll talk about that in a minute. So I think full. The time frame 2 to 5 makes sense to me, but something we talked about that hasn't been mentioned here is, and I don't know, I know there's going to be a problem on signage maybe, I don't know, I guess not. Sunday night through Thursday night, and leave Friday and Saturday nights, you can park. Except, again, you got the one side, problem is you got one side of, well, you're still going to have that in the daytime. You're going to have daytime only one side of the street parking in those same areas we already have got, right? I mean, there are restricted one side only parking for daytime. That
In a
doesn't
lot
change.
of areas of South Side, yes.
And that doesn't change.
No, that would not change.
Okay, that doesn't change. But I think you can deal with the special events, most of the special events game days, maybe not ring day, I don't know about that one, but 99% of those are Friday night or Saturday night is, if I think you accomplish what you want to accomplish in terms of long-term residency, over-occupancy, impacts on health and safety and property value concerns that you have. We have, I shouldn't say you, that we have, or they've been expressed to us. So I think I'd take that time frame 2 to 5 a.m., but except for how we define Friday night and Saturday night, you just leave them out. But again, it starts on Sunday through Thursday nights. So no parking Sunday through Thursday nights from 2 to 5. I would put that in there. Defining the area, I do not see how we could do zoning or the full neighborhood conservation, which extends all the way out to Pebble Creek and all of that. I don't think we use that. I think the 1 mile perimeter or something approximating that makes a lot of sense, and it maybe use neighborhood definitions somehow if we already got them predefined. I think it's better to say with something predefined if you can, but I think that 1 mile neighborhood, 1 mile proximity makes a lot of sense. Recognizing that at the margins, you're always going to be pushing the people at the margins to park half a block over, 1 block over, just outside your margin. And so you're going to have that problem. And we talked about that when we talked about paid parking over there and all that. So it's not something new, but we definitely got to think about that. You do have a robust plan for gathering information from neighbors and others and citizens, students. I think we need to listen to that and refine it from there. But what I'm hearing up here is a lot of people, most people that are willing to say something at this point. It sounds to me like the 2 to 5 a.m. makes sense, and I don't know that you'd get much debate about that out publicly if you want to narrow that in. I don't know, somebody else maybe comment on the Friday, Saturday night thing. That makes a lot of sense to me because it relieves some pressure for people that are having overnight guests and parties and things on a Friday, Saturday night. So you don't get into that kind of, it's a little more mild, but it still accomplishes your objective of settling the framework for that neighborhood for residents that are contracted tenants or live there. And I think that's what I would do. But I'd leave the current parking restrictions in place, as Mr. Schaefer talks about, no parking on his street, Pershing. And I think Suffolk, no parking on parts of Suffolk at least. And then a lot of other places over there. That's my thoughts.
Mayor,
Yeah.
so I just want to be clear. What we came tonight was based on direction of you all telling us you wanted to go out to the public. So really, I mean, 2 to 5 is not a recommendation from us. That is just an example.
No, but
I think I just want to be clear on that because we have different thoughts even internally about some of these things. I think our intent was to get you all to tell us what you wanted us to ask the public and how, and then that would come back unless you're saying you want to give us direction on something to do. So basically, do you want us to ask people just in general, what do you think should parking be full or partial? Do you want us to ask them if it should be, what is the time frame that you think it should be? That's kind of what we're asking you all is to direct us in how you want that communication done. Now, if you're directing us to actually implement something, then we obviously have that purview, but we don't have a recommendation at this point. We were going to go.
Okay. Well, I maybe overread the question from Ms. Prohaska, what she was asking for, but I'll just let other people comment. To me, 2 to 5, 2 to 6 is okay with me, but I don't think I'd do it any earlier for the reasons I just heard people say. It accomplishes your objective of defining where people are going to be, unless they're working a night shift, and then they got a different opportunity. But it's for people that are residents, tenants, or permanent in those neighborhoods, they know what the rules are.
Yeah, Jennifer, can you go back to the outreach slide? So I think this is like all those things we told you are things that we would basically ask people in a survey, in an open house,
Right.
and get feedback on.
Right.
And again, if you want us to ask the community on the time frame, we can do that. If you want us to ask the community if they want a break on the weekend, we can do that. There can be more than one thing that they react to,
Well,
and we can bring back.
You can ask them any one of those things you want to, as far as I'm concerned. I'm a little bit concerned about notification. If you're talking about mailings to the entire city, or are we talking about areas that we are only considering, which means this group has got to give you some guidance on that.
Right, and I do feel like I've gotten some guidance on that, but it would be only to the area that, that we would be looking at. I don't see the value in notifications out in South College Station if we're talking about overnight parking in areas within a mile of the university.
Which is similar to what you do on any kind of a change that is required. I'm kind of at a loss for further direction, but let me just start with Mr. White. We'll go this way, and I'll come back down to this end.
So let me just sum it up. I believe you need to ask the citizens if you go back one slide, those 4 categories, whether they like full or partial removal, what time frame that they're looking for to the defining the area. I would add maybe a 5th bullet, and as the mayor mentioned, days of the week. Do we do it all 7 days? Do we do it, Monday through Thursday and Friday and Saturday? So add one of those, but ask them, definitely get their input on all of those areas.
I don't see the point of asking full or partial, because the partial removal doesn't really accomplish what I think we're trying to accomplish here. Within whatever zone you select, to me, I think you have to do overnight full removal, no parking on the streets, and at whatever time frame you want to ask them about, that's fine. And weekends, you can ask them about that too.
Yeah.
But
I think they need to know that safety is the primary purpose of this.
Well, yeah, it's laid out with those terms that you just
Right.
described is what the purpose is. Yeah. Mr. White, or Wright, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
I don't think I have anything to add.
Mr. Smith?
I don't know that I have anything to add either. I do understand the question. Yeah, I want to know what the public thinks about these issues as well before the council makes a decision. I'm very interested in what the public would say. In fact, it's going to be all over the place, I think. But it's going to be up to us to decide.
Okay. Ms. McElhaney?
Just to clarify, I completely was forgetting about the neighborhood conservation overlay that was not on the slide that you showed. The most important thing to me is that it be binary. That's why I think going by a street I know that there's some width issues, but take as much personal, subjective analysis out of it. So maybe do the neighborhood preservation overlay that is within a mile of the university. I think just saying a mile, that gives you a lot of, do you stop at this house or this house? So, but definitely whatever decision we come to, I feel like it needs to be a very clearly objective measure.
Mr. Yancey, any more further comments, or you're still
Nothing further,
cogitating?
Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Schaefer?
Well, I guess my final comment would be I definitely want to understand what people think out there, and I think you can ask questions, as has been discussed by my fellow council members in a survey, Jennifer. I think I'm going to admit that I have a bias, having lived in that neighborhood for 30 years, as I mentioned, that parking is an issue there, and it always has been. And it's not been equal, with all due respect. My road, no parking either side for 30 years. Other roads, no parking for either side for 10 years. Other roads, parking on one side forever. Other roads, no parking on both sides forever. There's no consistency. So why is that? We should be more consistent throughout the entire neighborhood for public safety, health, et cetera, in terms of what we've talked about. So there are a bunch of reasons to do this. So having been really plugged into this, I think I'm probably a little different than my fellow council members on this, and I have very strong opinions about it. I'll just stop there. Thanks.
Well, I certainly am not in a position to make a final decision tonight. That's certainly, we've got a process. We asked you to bring us a process. You talked about that, and your professional staff knows how to do engagement. Certainly open house and engaging HOAs and certainly engaging student government and dialogue as well as other organizations is very important. I do just sort of question that top bullet point there. Unless partial removal means almost full removal. He's already talked about the inequality sort of situation where we've already got partial removal in some of in all over the city. We got partial removal. You leave that in there, everybody say, well, yeah, that's good. That'll work for me. I can just park on the other side of the street. I think we need, if it comes back and says everybody wants partial removal, I'm not sure what that means to me. You go in and you take out even more streets that look like Mr. Schaefer's and don't allow any, but you allow a little bit here and a little bit there. To me, that kind of gets, that gets away from partial anyways. It's almost full. So I guess I wouldn't get into that question, but others seem to think that it's reasonable. I think the time frame is certainly open, and I think something about defining the area is absolutely a citizen input. I mean, there's obviously non-renters that live in these neighborhoods, have been there for a long time, that enjoy having a car on the street. I've got on my street maybe 18 properties on the cul-de-sac. There's a couple that always have a car or an extra pickup truck or something sitting on the street. Doesn't seem to bother anybody, but it's just representative of that neighborhood. But we're not overcrowded. So I don't know, I can give you any more guidance than that. I do want you to test that idea of opening it up on Friday and Saturday nights. I think that still makes a lot of sense, and it would make it more palatable, easier for people if you could do that. How you do it on signs, I think it's easy. No parking 2 to 5 a.m., Sunday night through Thursday night, and I don't know exactly how people interpret that. Well, I'm there at 2 o'clock Friday morning. I'm not there Thursday night. Anyway.
Mayor, I think we'll design the survey, we'll do the public outreach, we'll come back with it, and again, we can bring, obviously, any recommendations we have, but then we'll present it to you all, and then you all can kind of take all that in and decide where you want to land on it, and then we'll certainly help
Right,
you
going
figure out how to
going back
execute
to the previous slide, the timeline, we're talking about after university's in fall session, so sometime in late September,
Yes.
because you won't be able to do a full engagement till early September at the earliest. Yeah, okay. Any further comments from council? Thank you very much, Ms. Prohaska. Thank you, city manager and others that helped to put this presentation together. Item 8.3, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding the Greater Northgate Small Area Plan Engagement Report. Mr. Armstrong is here, and I think a number of the citizens who participated in this are in the audience, and it was circulated to all of us, so some of us have printed it off, some of us have it on our computers, and some of us have a lot of notes, but I don't know we'll get through them all tonight. But the floor is yours, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Anthony Armstrong, Planning and Development Services. So tonight, I'm going to kind of walk you through, for those of you who were at all the meetings necessarily, and some in the community who might not know all the details. I'll walk you through the process we went for this engagement and how we got to this report, kind of give you some highlights of what we talked about each of these meetings, and feel free to ask questions as we go, and certainly at the end I'll available for any questions as well. So we started off, this started kind of after the January 9th City Council meeting. There was a couple items on there. Michael Ostrowski and I presented kind of two different timelines for some different planning efforts. We ended up going forward with this particular planning effort, which started, Mother Nature hit us back a week, so we started on January 28th. This is the first meeting. We walked through really high level. We had about 100 attendees at that meeting, kind of ranged throughout the community. We reached out to a select group of individuals, so City of Bryan, Texas A&M, representatives from Hensel Park, Century Square, different representatives in the city, Northgate District Association. We were trying to target a lot of key stakeholders within this group or within this area, the small area plan, after we had defined it, given council direction. So this first meeting was, the highlight really of it was some information about the process, what would be going on, and then a SWOT level analysis. So what were the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities, and kind of some tension points within the boundary of the plan. So we got a lot of feedback at tables. As you can see there, they went through some different activities with their table leaders, which was all facilitated by staff. We also then opened up the online feedback portion, so you can see that on the right-hand side. It's also in the report as well. This is a copy of all the comments and et cetera that we got through the online feedback hub site, where people would go on there, give their input throughout the process. And that was open for a large majority of the process. A couple weeks later, we started going over existing conditions. So staff presented a large amount of data, part one of the data to the committee. Of those 100 people, that showed up to that first meeting. We had about 70 people join the committee. So about 70 people joined that stakeholder committee. Overall, we're on the list. That does include elected officials. So, you've got about 14 of that being P&Z and council, the rest being kind of citizens in the community. We walked over kind of high level all the different master plans. So this was an exhibit showed at one of them, but kind of highlights the different overall planning efforts of all the different kind of districts, if you will, throughout the planning area. So you've got what City of Bryan's doing in Oak Terrace. Hensel Park, as some of you might know, has a master plan for their development of that park over the next few years. Century Square currently finishing out their phase 2 along the front of University. And then a little bit harder to see, but there's a big talk was connectivity and those underpasses or overpasses for pedestrians on University Drive. At this meeting and the following meeting, we asked for the committee to come up with their vision statement. So kind of what is it that the committee, what was their driving beacon, if you will, when they were coming up with action items and voting on different aspects in the plan. And so we kind of worked together, if you will. There was a couple of, they voted on this as a committee. Staff had a little bit of input in this as well. But ultimately, their guiding mission was rooted in history and tradition. The greater Northgate area will be a thoughtfully designed and well-connected hub, bringing together the Northgate District, Century Square, Hensel Park, and North Point Crossing. Through strategic planning and collaborative development, we envision pedestrian-friendly connectivity, enhanced infrastructure, and lifestyle conveniences. This plan will foster future community while honoring its historic area for tourists and locals alike. So this was, at the end of this, we gave the committee a lot of data, anything from fiscal information, so property tax data, it's all in the report. There's a lot of stuff in there. It's in the appendices, to fire and police data, demographics, population, you name it. We gave them a lot of stuff to deal with. So this was kind of the end of it from a staff talking to the committee, and then they set this vision statement and they started going forth to talk about what it is that they wanted to see as a committee. So that first meeting with them, we talked a lot about connectivity. It was centered around connectivity as a whole, if you will. So could be bike, pedestrian, just general road connectivity throughout the different areas. Talked a lot about the grade separations on University, so a lot of pedestrian crossings. How do you connect Century Square over to Northgate proper? So we went through kind of defining these different areas of Northgate, the greater Northgate small area plan, the Northgate district, which is 150 acres or so on the left-hand side of your screen from College Avenue, and then Northgate, as in what most people would recognize as Northgate being that kind of two-block entertainment district area. And so we spent a meeting kind of talking through connectivity, things that they wanted to see. There was a trolley mentioned. It's in the report. You can look at it. A lot of interesting ideas in there. We followed that up with the conversation on land use. So was there anything that the committee did or did not like seeing as far as it came with the use of land, so residential, commercial, et cetera? Not a ton came out of that discussion necessarily as a need for changes, but a lot of interesting conversations around retail uses and how to get certain retail uses. Certainly a big need or desire for a grocery store of some nature in that area to help kind of catalyze that and really facilitate some growth and into that walkable environment, ultimate goal. We then did a walking tour, speaking of walkable environments. So committee members went out there with staff, and they landed on 2 different routes. A couple of council members, I think, were able to make it out there as well. But they walked through these 2 different areas, if you will. So one that's more the University corridor and the commercial areas, and then one that kind of highlighted more core Northgate, the entertainment block area, and then kind of showing into some high-rise development as well as the parking garage. So they went through this. At the end of that, this is some pictures from the tour, a couple of standouts behind me here that were mentioned there. At the end of it, they kind of got together, talked through what are some things that they liked or didn't like what they saw. There's also a collection in the report of some different pictures and images. So they had taken different, they could walk around. We had an app. They could take a picture, say, hey, I like this, I don't like this, this is good, this is bad, etc. And so they got to walk around, give some feedback, and then we kind of talked about that at the following meeting after this one. At that meeting as well, this is very busy, but just bear with me. We had them kind of do their own little charrette exercise for really Northgate, that area. And so you can see each of these in the report, and it'll talk about them a little bit, and it kind of influenced a lot of the action items. But they basically were looking at that core area and what were some things they wanted to see. So there was things like there could be a potential for height limitations. Maybe there was particular aesthetic requirements. So there was a lot of talk about keeping brick and wood, for instance, versus steel and metal exteriors, things like that, trying to preserve a certain type of aesthetic or look in that area. General connectivity certainly was talked about, and there's kind of some safety aspects with things like the pedestrian wall, activating the promenade space, and different things like that. So from all of that engagement, we wrapped all that into about, and this is a handful, I'm not going to go through them. This is a handful of about 55 or 56 action items that we gave to the committee. So this went out to the original 70, so all the 70 individuals got a link to participate in the survey. The way the survey worked, they went through, they answered yes, no, or no opinion on if they wanted that particular action item. Again, all these action items are kind of broken out by the titles at the top of the screen, so transportation, mobility, land use and development. It's broken out that same way in the report that you guys have. With each of the action items and a little bit more of a description on what that item really means, this is kind of a real quick grab, so they were able to use the report that they had with some additional information on what that would mean. They went through, voted on all these items, and 55 of them made the final report, which is in front of you. From that, this is a chart towards the end before you get to a lot of the appendices, and again, I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to stop here to rest at it. This kind of walks through at a high level what are the different things we heard throughout the whole process as staff. And so, again, this is a brief summary. There's a lot of information in that report, so certainly I think our recommendation for you right now would be to take in that report. If you have direction, by all means, give us any direction you'd like to give. But if you want to take that in and digest it, I know we've recently hired our Northgate district manager, as you guys all know, and so we're starting conversations with that group. As we went through the process, the group kind of dwindled down. I would say we probably had 20 to 30 in those last couple of meetings. The real troopers are behind me that stuck through this meeting too, to wait till the end and not leave me up here alone talking about this. I think we've started that conversation with them, so maybe there's some opportunity there to lean on them for some direction out of this as well, and certainly make sure that it can keep moving forward. Again, I want to go through the SAPI stuff. I'll thank all the people involved. It was a tremendous effort. I'm the face of this for all intents and purposes, but I did very little work compared to my staff and a lot of these individuals behind me that put in a lot of time and effort into this engagement opportunity. And they showed up. We spent 2 hours, 3 hours at meetings talking with these folks. They spent a lot of time with us, did a lot of homework. Very appreciative of their involvement, and certainly to my staff and PubCom who created the document in front of you. It was a very fun process for us. It was a little different than our normal, I would say, but it was a good time. We really enjoyed it, and looking forward to other efforts like this in the future. And short and sweet, again, the report's in front of you for you to read and digest and direct us as you'd like. And I'm happy to answer any questions or comments, etc.
The presentation, I assume, is available to us certainly, but available to others. That slide you have with all of the pie charts is not in the report itself, but very interesting and useful as a way to summarize a whole lot of stuff. And I'd like to make sure that that's available to you send it out to everybody. So I guess all the ones that on the committee have seen it, but I had not seen that before, and it looks like a really interesting thing to study for a few minutes.
Yeah, I can certainly send the link to council. So we sent this link to the committee just to get, after the reporting had been finished, we sent it out to that same committee. The link is still active to my knowledge, so you can access this.
Oh, I see. So you're still taking input.
This is just reporting. So the input is done.
Okay.
You can't input still, but this is a link to the reporting of what was given. So you can't take the survey anymore, but anyone can still access the link to view this. And again, essentially, it was a very democratic process. If you had over 50% yeses, you made the cut. So again, about all of them minus, I think, 5 made the cut.
Well, it's certainly a heroic effort on the part of everybody who's involved, and very, very, very informative and detailed. I have just 1 or 2 questions, and I'll get to those after others have spoken. But the path forward here, you're looking for clarifying questions from us. You looking for direction?
I think at this point,
next steps, or what are we looking for here?
Yeah, I would say this is us giving the report to council, and any next steps that you guys would like us to take are kind of, we're
Okay.
willing to do that.
Well, we'll consider all of that then, and I'm going to start with the left end of my podium here, or dais, with Mr. Schaefer, and ask him to ask any questions, make any comments that he wishes to, and we'll come right down the dais.
Thanks, Mayor. I think mostly I've got comments, Anthony, and maybe a couple questions, but basically I see what you've got here for us is very useful as we think about how to move forward, which is the idea, right? But a couple of thank yous first. A compliment and a thank you to you and your staff, as you've already done that, but I think it's really important. I participated in a number of these meetings and the walkthrough at Northgate, et cetera. I wanted to be a part of it, to hear what people were saying and to see how it was going. And I think you're right. I think it was a very intensive effort. It was a very good effort. I appreciate the leadership that you and your staff gave to it along the way. I thought you did a really nice job of managing the meetings that were held along the way. It takes a lot of skill and knowledge to do those kinds of things, and you all did a nice job of it. So I appreciate that. I also want to thank Bob for taking us down this path. You know, he was the council member here who kind of had us sit back and think about what we really wanted to do, what we were doing at Northgate. A number of people that are here representing the businesses in Northgate also contacted us as members, I know, and said, hey, we need to put the brakes on this and think about it a little more carefully. And I think this is a good result that we've got because of it. I hope you all do too. So thank you to all of you who participated and spent your time and energy doing this. It's an important process. A few things that stand out to me on it, just so you know where I stand, I guess. People know that I ride a bicycle, and so the bike pedestrian part of this, the transit part of this is really important to me. And I think it is to others. It came out really as an important piece to people who participated in the answers that were given. It seemed obvious that better connectivity there with pedestrians in particular, so that pedestrians would feel more interested in the entire space, you know, and potentially even connecting across to Century Square. That might be a bit of a stretch for most pedestrians, but possibly, depending on the experience that people are having between Core and Century Square, it might be possible in the future. And the barriers that exist in terms of major roads and things like that. So I really felt like that is a key issue that we're going to be needing to look at. And I know we put in for a grant for a study for that area, which I hope we can get, and which will help us really drill down into some of those details and let us know more about it. I think in my experience, you know, we all come from our own places in life and our own knowledge and background and education and everything else. Mine really points toward the importance of public spaces and what public spaces can do for private spaces that are adjacent to them. And what I've come to believe through this process is that there are a couple of key public spaces in this area that we really ought to focus on. One of them is the piece of ground that's the surface lot that the city owns right now. And I know there's a lot of different opinions maybe on how that should go, but I'm really going to be interested in thinking about how we deal with that space in a way that makes all the other places around it come up in terms of the attraction of that space and the way it's used. So I also think you all know, some of you here know, I think my fellow council members know that I'm very interested in what happens at Hensel Park. And Hensel Park has been a forgotten and unused or misused resource for a long time. And I think this is an opportunity to make Hensel Park, with the coordination between College Station, Bryan, Texas A&M, all of us, make it a space that even though it's kind of on the edge of Northgate, it can really be a piece that once again raises everything else around it and provides a really interesting experience for people into the distant future. So I'm hopeful about that. The last thing I think that we're going to really have to pay attention to is the history of Northgate. And we've seen this change tremendously in my lifetime here. And I think I've related this story before, and I'm sorry just to go on and on, but this is important stuff. I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission in the early 2000s here, and somebody said something about high-rises at Northgate, and I kind of laughed. Aha, yeah, right, high-rises at Northgate. I mean, this is, we've got high-rises all over Northgate, and it's just, it's fine, it's good in many ways, but in other ways, it's just becoming the dominant feature, and we've got to think about what we typically think of. I think it's fair to say what most of us think of as Northgate is that core area. It is the businesses that are across the front and immediately behind, and that does represent a certain character, as has been very clearly pointed out in the plan. And I think we're going to have to figure out some way to preserve it. I mean, conservation's one thing, preservation's another. And if we're going to have what most of us in this room think of as Northgate in 20 years, there's going to have to be something done to preserve it. And I'm not sure quite what that looks like, given economic forces, but that's where I think we are. Beyond that, I would just say thank you. I think there's a lot of great stuff here. I'm still working on digesting it. I agree with the mayor. It'd be nice to see that link that you had that had everybody's answers to some of those items. I hadn't seen that before, so I'd like to be able to use this as we move forward. Thanks.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. To my esteemed colleague, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it very, very much. But it was all of us, and I'm going to forever refer to this as the Armstrong engagement model. Like any good leader, you included your team, and I interfaced with them on a regular basis too, but you were the face of it. You did take control of it, and it's just been a model for public engagement, and I thank you for that. I think we learned that, Northgate means a lot to Aggies far beyond what we thought, and that includes me. Early on, I was very interested in pursuing the project that we were looking at down there, but what we learned was that the history, the fun, the tradition, the character of the area is something that the city wants to preserve and enhance, and not just the city, but Aggies all over the country and ostensibly the world. And I think we ought to do that. Specifically, your plan calls for various studies and objectives. I would say follow through. You don't strike me as the kind of guy that, is going to rest on your laurels. You did all this work, you and your team, and you accomplished this, and I think it's wonderful. But, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, kind of a thing. I did go on the walking tour. I was struck by the neglect. I'm not laying that at staff. That's at councils, but you could tell a lot of that stuff was from years and years and years ago. I just don't think we were paying attention to this area the way we should have, and it's my hope going forward, and I'll be trying to persuade my colleagues that we allocate some money in the budget, that we tie some strings to outside agency funding, such as the Arts Council, so that we can get some bronze sculpture down there, like the really cool one that we have, that capture that spirit and that history, and where we have tangible evidence as we walk through Northgate of how much we do care about it, just as we have that tangible evidence when we go to Veterans Memorial. So I hope we'll put some resources towards this and get some sculpture down there that capture the Aggie spirit. And then for my pointed questions, the elephant in the room, I think throughout your process, if there was one, was kind of the city surface lot. That was the precipitating event that got us where we did for the small area plan. I think it would be good to signal plainly and clearly to the market that if the city of College Station and councils will in the future were to sell that, what new restrictions born of this process would it be subjected to? Is that a 4-story building? Is that a 5-story building? That kind of a thing. I didn't hear that. I think you'd want to signal that to the market you'd want to signal that to the residents and certainly to the merchants and the people who have given their lives and careers to Northgate, and that we clarify that. And then I had one last technical question on how many student towers do we have in this area conceptualized in planning or that we're about to cut the ribbon on, gut shot estimate, and are we classifying those as multifamily, and should we come up with a separate classification for them because they are not multifamily?
Good question. So we've got 20 in the whole area, so just in the 150 acres of Northgate, 26. There's 23 that are currently, I would say, in a active construction phase, or built or in active construction would be 23, and you've got a couple in the review stage coming in. 2 about to break ground off of Stasny. You've got 1 coming in on the Culpeper track, 1 building on the Culpeper track. You've got 2 right across from the surface lot on Boyette. You've got the one that just did a top-out party not too long ago.
Aspire.
Yes, Aspire 2. So there's a, and that's everything. So and depends on what you call high-rise. I would say is that number is, back in the day, what we considered a high-rise was probably over 3 stories. So you've got some that are probably in that's about your 7-story mark. So a mid-rise, really, by definition, is that total number. And maybe 8 of those are that mid-rise level. The rest would all be high-rises in that 20-story range. We did actually have on the books, I can't remember the exact definition, but there was a definition for occupancy in Northgate that basically allowed you to go, it was related to the family definition, allowed you to go beyond that, so you could build a 6.6, a 5.5, et cetera, in Northgate, and it was, I think, high-density residential or something like that was the name of the use. We don't have anything currently that talks about separating a tower versus a true multifamily. It would just be classified as multifamily.
Well, would you say that these student towers, from an urban planning perspective, are the most significant development or one of the most significant developments in the growth and future of College Station's landscape? And if so, shouldn't we come up with a designation for them?
Yeah, I would say without a doubt. I mean, it's got a number of factors, right? There's a big property tax increase that comes with them, so a large revenue source for the city comes out of these towers. In the top 5, you go to the end of your budget book, 2 of, you have Fujifilm. I think all the rest of those are multifamily complexes after that, including towers in Northgate. So it's a big asset for the city as well in that regards.
And we have 25 of them coming beyond what's already there.
Including what's already there, sorry.
Including what's already there.
That was my total number, there's probably,
How many new?
6 coming.
6.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you very much, and a great job. And continue if you'd like, but Mayor, thank you.
I would say if y'all want us to, we can certainly look at trying to designate that. It gets a little, you can designate things based off of height, so it'd have to look at the zoning piece of that and how is that, where does that apply? We can certainly look at something like that. That's an option for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, my terminology's always been rent by the bedroom versus market rate multifamily. But I don't think that really gets at your point. I think it's an interesting point that we ought to think a little bit more, but all those towers are rent by the bedroom.
Right. And we can't regulate based on that, right? We can regulate based on the structure. So if it was if you wanted to say over a certain amount of stories had to be in zone X, for instance, that's an allowance.
And that's the beauty of rent by the bedroom. We've freed that up in multifamily. In general, you could have 7 bedrooms if you wanted to inside of those zones where it's permitted. And we didn't try to control occupancy in them. If they want to do parity bedroom bath, that's great. If they have some other structure, give them flexibility inside the building. But those are generally almost 99% rent by the bedroom models. And what that means is if somebody moves out, the management has the option to move somebody in unless the group decides they already got a friend they want to move in. They go to them first. But the multifamily is you rent the whole apartment, you sign up for the utilities, and you do all of that stuff. Anyway, that's another story for another time.
I think the question for council would be if you want to designate them like more for just so that it's clear what is going there, or if it's to like limit or guide certain things. If we were to change it from multifamily, I mean, Anthony kind of made the point, the regulation side of it doesn't change, but I think that would be a question if council says, we either want them designated just so that it's clear that it's like a different, or if it's like we want to regulate them in some way different than we would a low or mid-rise. That would be something for you all to kind of give us direction on.
I want to get to land use in a minute, but I think, it needs more discussion because I think it's the market that dictates. The rent by the bedroom generates a higher return, it seems to me, than the market rate apartments, and that's because they appeal to people that are engaged in student occupation. Market rate apartments are all over the city, and we finally got some in College Station about 15 years ago, and now we got quite a few more, but those are targeted to people that are not looking just to rent a bedroom. They want to rent a whole thing for themselves or their young family or starter home or something. So I think it deserves a little more discussion, and we'll probably give it tonight. May I turn to Ms. McElhaney? Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Ms. McElhaney, I think we're moving in this direction. I've lost track.
I'll go ahead then.
You go right ahead.
Everyone knows that I was a big fan of this process from the get-go, and I'm still blown away by what you and all you guys were able to accomplish. And honestly, 6 months is a very short amount of time to do something. This was 82 pages worth of report. Somebody ask a question?
No, you're on. Nobody stopped you.
So one of the things that I'm sure has been in the forefront of all of our minds over the last week or so has been public safety. And there are a few things, I know that there are a lot of things that need to be digested in this wonderful small area plan before we can make hard recommendations, and obviously we'll be turning to you guys to do that as well. I would like to see us move on a few things real quickly, and what was it called, the pedestrian barriers? Can you flip over to your little pie charts, the way?
This?
Yeah, extend the pedestrian barrier wall, that's what you're calling it, on University. From what I understand, there's a significant safety risk to people just literally stepping out onto the street. I would like to, is that something we have to go through TxDOT for, or can we do that tomorrow?
Yes, so I would say, and with a number of these items, actually, you'll probably, as you read them, there's some that are kind of already in the works, so to speak. So a good example would be like there's an item in here to talk about formalizing the Northgate group and setting up a kind of a working group with that kind of the city and them. With the Northgate District Manager position, that's kind of already happening. That ball's already rolling. Similarly, we talked a little bit there. There's already a study going on for the pedestrian wall and for that expansion. So we've been looking for that and opportunities to extend that wall. I think that's part of the grant that Councilmember Schaefer was mentioning as well, to extend that.
Okay. Obviously, we hopefully can do the below grade crossings and things of that nature in the future, but anything we can do to impact safety now would be my strong preference. It sounds like there's a pretty unified position that we should restrict height, at least on the University section and immediately behind, I guess, our surface lot. Do we have feedback from the property owners on that, or is this business owners? Is that a pretty unified thought from all involved, or?
So it did make the plan as an action item to investigate that. I would say that's probably something to more discussion. Essentially, all of these drawings, they talked about some level of height restriction. There was one group and a couple groups in particular that had a pretty good conversation about, for instance, like the corner lot that everyone knows sold, and it sold for a high value, and so what does that look like for that individual if we came in on the back end and imposed a height restriction? So they recognize that. I would say primarily it would be a mix of people who gave that feedback between owners of businesses and owners of the land. It would certainly be something if we went that forward with that action item, like any of them, it would kind of be its own ordinance piece that we would come forward. We would go through a process normally for an ordinance, reach out to individuals, stakeholders involved, and then bring that forward for a meeting. In general, from what we heard in the committee, it was certainly yes, you're correct. It was a thought about limiting height. 2 to 5 stories was kind of thrown around as a number. A lot of it was more, and they can certainly come up and speak if you have questions for them as well. I think a lot of it was more of the visualization piece. So being able to maintain a particular type of visual. If I was looking out towards A&M from X location, I had an unobstructed view was kind of the sentiment if I was to summarize it.
Okay, but is it something that you think is a realistic course of action to pursue, considering that we will be limiting the height and therefore the value of the land that these businesses currently sit on? I'm not trying to advocate for it. Is this even a realistic path to go down?
Yeah, I would say we vetted to some degree all of these for are they realistic, and realistic and feasible might be two different words. They could all be done. It's just what is that level of difficulty to make them be done, I think. I mean, we heard from a number of, again, you've got a large number of businesses that are already at a lower height limit already. I think you're probably talking about the majority of that area is probably for that. You're going to have a couple that, maybe want to have some conversations about what does that do to their property versus the other properties that don't have that restriction, and what does that look like.
Well, the fact that they're still holding the property means that they value it more than the dollar. So I'm very curious to see how that works out. But obviously, in order to preserve, as Dr. Schaefer is saying, we do need to look at what that means from an ordinance perspective and how we can do that, again, in a binary way that allows us to put boundaries around it in a way that makes sense. Can you go back to that other slide? And that was the land use and scale and the historic character. Were there any solid recommendations as to what the group might be interested in seeing on the surface lot?
Oh,
tired.
Yeah, no, it was. I don't know if there was one. There was definitely a lot. I think there was some people. There was a lot of thought about open space. There was certainly a desire to have some component of open space in all of the different conversations we had in that area. I think there was probably 50-50 split in do people want something that's not just an open space on there or not. I think there is a pretty healthy appetite to some level of development that's worked out with that group, conversation. So similar to what we talked about in the beginning of all this, maybe having some effort where we talk with surrounding areas on what do they want to see develop on that property. There's certainly, I think, some interest in that. I think the number one concern I heard out of the development of the surface lot was parking. Parking was a very large concern in general in the area, but losing those parking spaces had a big impact, specifically for the businesses around there. But I think there wasn't a we all want this. There was no silver bullet as there ever is. It would definitely be something I think we'd have to iterate through a process on what does that look like. Okay.
I'm curious to see if you folks have been sitting here all night have anything that you feel like Anthony's missed that was a big piece of is that a fair question, Mayor? I mean, just if there's anything big that they feel.
The group did not sign up to speak. I think they felt like the report was speaking for them, but
okay.
If anybody has the urge to speak, and after Anthony's done, that's fine. I think, as I understood the process and the outcome, and from what I've heard, is that the consensus of the people that participated in this planning activity are quite pleased with the process and the report. Is that correct?
I hope so.
Well, okay, that's what I heard.
I would point out on that subject, it's a good segue. So everything you see in that report, while we wrote the words down, that isn't staff's words. There was no input from staff into any of those items. So every single one of those items was what we heard, and then we were the messenger essentially of that to you. So I might not be doing the greatest job summarizing it vocally right now, but anything in that report, I promise you, wasn't from the staff
Trust me,
standpoint.
the folks out there, well, you'll hear from them. If they want to add something, they know where you live and how to reach you. We'll go to Mr. White. Are you done? Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anthony, I don't think we can thank you enough and thank the citizens for all they did. This is an incredible report, and one that I personally will make sure it doesn't just sit on the shelf and collect dust, and we have to move forward with it. So I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. Mobility, connectivity, safety, I think is all really important. But let me just highlight a couple of things that jumped out at me as I read this thing. First of all, I love the new title. So it's no longer Northgate. I guess we have Northgate, but I love Greater Northgate. I think that really encompasses exactly what we're trying to do. I think it encompasses what Dr. Schaefer said, Hensel Park. It brings all of that together, and that's what I think is really important to this plan. A couple of things that jumped out at me at this slide that's currently up. I love the historical character. I think we have to preserve that, and I think that's something that we can do fairly soon. I think we can, I love how your report had some pictures of some signage and stuff that we can do. I think those things are something that we can really focus on. What I really liked is under your land use and scale, where you say we need to do something that serves more than just the residents, more than just the students. I think that really gives us a great vision of that. This is a student area, but it's also something that we want other populations to come to as well. But I will tell you, the most exciting point of this whole slide is under the retail and experience section, where it says participants want day to night vibrancy. To me, that just describes exactly what I think this area is. We want vibrancy in the evening. We want that bar feel, whatever we do with our surface lot, but we also want some nice retail during the day where people continue to go there throughout the entire day. So I think that is something that I've really picked up on and stuff. What's the next step? What is the next step with this committee that has worked so hard for the last, we don't want to just put this on the shelf. What is your plans for the next step in keeping the citizens engaged in this?
Yeah, so this particular effort basically this would be wrapping up. This is complete. Like I said, there's some stuff that'll be moving forward kind of in the works already with the Northgate area, the Northgate district manager position, things like that. I think the next step is really at the council's direction. So you've got the report in front of you, the action items. What are the things, what would you like us to go and do out of that? Is it all of them? Is it some of them? Sit on it, think about which ones you want. I think that's where we're at now. So this is kind of, again, that engagement. This is all the feedback from the citizens, and now we're looking, you guys as a group can kind of direct staff on what you would like us to do with that.
Well, I think the timing is perfect. Here we're talking budgets, we're talking allocating money. This is the time to do it. This is the time that we can start putting some of these in action. And I will be going through this report again and making some recommendations for next week so we can actually continue to move on. Very good job. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright?
Great job. Great job, Anthony, and everyone involved. This was exciting. I know, I think I was on the losing end of that vote for the high rise, but I'm fine. We're moving on. Because the point of all of that was we were going to have this with the developer at the table too. Well, the developer's not at the table, but we have this. And that was the most important part of it, was that we got folks together, which was something that I brought up when I got elected, of getting people together in Northgate to actually have some momentum moving forward with it. And I think we have that, and I think you took 6 months, and you've given us a lot to work through. But the highlights of that, I think, is the idea, I like this Greater Northgate because we need to, like I keep saying, this is highlighting where Northgate is, quote unquote. What we're talking about, what we want to preserve is really those storefronts that face Houston University, preserving that. And so maybe we do meddle into like the market and say, hey, we're going to put height restrictions on it and things like that. Those are tough choices that we're going to have to make that are going to impact the sellability of those things down the line, whether right or wrong. That if we want to preserve the character, I think that's what you're going to have to do. And I'm all for that. I think that it's because we have taken the time to have this thing to say, hey, look, this is actually what we're even talking about, period. I love the idea, as you pointed out, with day-to-night vibrancy. I think I just see it slightly differently. I think you have that already. I think that what you're missing is the connectivity between Century Square and Northgate. I'm not certain that you can shove a mini Century Square into Northgate when you already have a Century Square that has those things. And I might be preaching to the choir. You're just nodding along. I appreciate that. So, but I think that's great. That's great that we address that, because I think connectivity and transportation from one university to the other is going to be really important. And to mark that area off, saying this is our entertainment area. There's just two parts of it. Maybe it's you put some bricks in the ground. You make it like little mini stockyards or something like that, right? We have all the information now, and we can piece through it. We have public input. We can say, okay, these are the things that are important to us. And I'm with Melissa. I think there's things that we can start now. I think you can have a 1-year, 5-year, 10-year plan on these things. Most importantly, going back to what I said at the beginning, and I'll wrap up, is that you had 70 folks. Let's just say there was 70 folks that participated in this whole thing. And I hope moving forward that you have 70 advocates and 70 ambassadors, so that when we start doing things again in Northgate and we start making recommendations that not everyone will like, because clearly you have folks going, every which way on some of these really important things. So we're going to make decisions that it's not going to sit well with everybody. I hope now we have 70 folks that are going to be out there and being ambassadors or advocates for this decision, and maybe stomping on rumors that will just pop up that really have no merit to what we're trying to do. There's not one person up here that is going to try to shut down the chicken. And we never were. But those were pervasive rumors. And I hope that through this process, we understand that we want what's best for this area. We're not trying to shut down businesses or anything like that. And I hope that the folks that are very involved kind of take that and run with it also. And they know that our intentions, at least, we're trying our best to make that area something special. So I thank everyone that was involved, and I thank you, and I think this is great, and I think that we're going to take it and run with it, maybe as soon as next week.
Mr. Smith, it has come to you.
Great, I love being last.
Oh, you're not last, I'm last.
Okay, oh, that's right.
But I'll be brief.
I'm the last pro tem. Anyway, no, I also attended several of the meetings, and they were all good, and it was a good process to watch. One of the things that I most enjoyed about watching the process was the representation from the business owners, from the property owners. There was a lot of input and participation, and they also got to be the beneficiary of a lot of great information that you presented to the group. There's a huge amount of information about the emergency response heat maps, the things that tell you what we're facing in Northgate and why we need to look at this and the problems that need to be solved. Those are things that everyone that attended those meetings got to benefit from seeing. And I also heard about the daytime and nighttime Northgate at those meetings. Those came out of that, some of those discussions, and it's like, yeah, that's true. It exists now, and I think it's something to enhance. It's something to make the most of. And I see the role of the city in this. When you look at that map and see how much of this is public space and how much of it, the city really only has a little bit of the land that goes into this. So the city gets the opportunity to make sure the infrastructure is there to support what does happen, to make sure that the public spaces are performing the need that the businesses and the community need them to perform. So That's our part. But the bulk of the work that needs to be done there needs to be done by the property owners, the business owners that are there. And historically, this may be the fourth or fifth Northgate revitalization thing that I've been part of. Historically, they come together for the meeting, but then go off and do their thing, and the city's out there working until someone starts throwing rocks at them and telling them they're doing it all wrong. The business owners and the property owners need to stay involved. They need to be leading this process. The city can't preserve Northgate, but the business property owners can preserve Northgate. The city can facilitate that. The city can help make it happen. But if the property owners aren't all on board, if they aren't the cheerleaders, the advocates for this movement, it won't happen. So the one thing that I hope that sticks from this whole process is the involvement and activity of the property owners, the business owners in the Northgate area, so that this thing can be a success and that the city will stand up and be an open and cooperative partner with those businesses, and that can make it be a success.
Thank you. Two or three sort of interesting little side notes, if you'll answer one or two questions, and then a couple of points I'll make. On page 10 of the report, key topic highlights, it seemed like there was a word choice debate, and I'm sure that's true in any kind of report, but there seemed to be some concern about the use of the words infill or underutilized commercial and private property. It said that they prefer to either remove the language or clarify. Could you just clarify what's going on there? And I don't know that it was in the report anywhere highlighted that it ever showed up again, but I gather in the dialogue, people talked about infill properties or properties that maybe weren't generating the tax revenue that the city would like to see, and I'm sure that might be a little pejorative, so.
Sure. I think there was a couple of instances, this would be one of them, was, the term from the technical planning realm means one thing to us. It was a very scary term to the business owners and property owners there. I think there was some concern on who is making that is someone making the determination that this is underutilized, and are we going to force something on those private properties? And certainly that's not the case, right? We're talking about was something neglected, left alone, parking lots, for instance, not ours, but parking lots in general, right? There's a lot of surface parking. So we had some conversation around that, and we just opted to change the language to something that was still meeting the intent, but was a little more commonly understood is what it meant.
I think it was a useful point, and frankly, a useful outcome perhaps is a discussion among people from different walks of life, how they use words and how they think about it. So we need to think about it ourselves. I'm puzzled a little bit, the walkability and safety theme you got up there. Mm-hmm. And there's really no separate, quote, chapter. You call them chapters, but there's not one for that. It's kind of, the walkability's kind of rolled into connectivity and transit and everything else. I don't see anything in here about public safety from the point of view of personal protection, the policing and the fire, EMT, emergency response, and whether that needs to be thought differently about. And I didn't see anything much come out of this. When they got talking about safety, it tends to be about pedestrian car interactions and pedestrian safety and bicycle safety and all of that. But the public safety that policing does, which we spend a lot of money on over there, is a very important topic, but it didn't seem to come out in this report. Is that because it's kind of satisfactory, or they just assume that's going to get done anyway, and we'll adapt our policing plan to however the land use gets laid out?
Yeah, so we did talk a lot about that in the existing conditions. So the first two meetings where we walked through kind of some data, we gave them a lot of information, and they had a lot of questions. There was a lot of questions from the committee on where, how, what that data meant. But throughout the rest of the conversations, there was never anything brought up by the committee about public safety
Yeah,
and
and it
and
may well
increase or
be.
decrease, anything like that. It just never was a topic that they wanted
It's
to.
just assumed that the operations, the city will adapt operations to continue to make it a personally safe
potentially,
place,
yeah.
not just from a pedestrian walkability point of view. I did notice one comment in here in response to somebody's earlier question about the parking lot. I think you raised it. On page 15, the only place I could find it, explore repurposing the city-owned surface parking lot to accommodate a variety of uses. Potential uses include a community gathering area, flexible event space, a pocket park, public parking, or, and this goes back to Mr. Yancey's point, a low-profile mixed-use development that complements the scale and character of adjacent buildings. So there is a kind of a hint of it in there, but not a whole lot of discussion because that still begs the question, where's the parking going to go if you build a low-rise or high-rise? You still got to deal with parking issues. So I think that's an interesting comment in there. It's the only place I could find where the Northgate parking lot is actually addressed. But it does fall in that area of land use, and Ms. McElhaney raised my point exactly. Ooh, that's the scale and land use on properties that are not developed into high rises, and the city comes in and lays an overlay on that and says, well, you can't go more than 4 or 5 stories. Is that a taking? If we retroactively do that sort of thing? I mean, I don't know, I'm not sure it's downzoning necessarily, but it certainly has market implications. And I'm not sure that the property owners, and I'm not sure how many property owners, some of the people that are represented in the 70 were property owners as well as business owners. But I think there's some property owners that probably would think seriously about pushing back on the city trying to do that. Not that it isn't an interesting and important scale idea from historic use, character, scale, all of that. I think that makes a lot of sense, but I think you asked the question, is this legal?
Well, the
You
citizens,
asked it regarding parking, but frankly, I think that is a difficult question.
well, the citizens own the surface lot, if we're talking about right there in the middle of
Citizens own that.
Northgate
but
proper.
There's a lot of private property owners that own some of those lower scale buildings
Yes, sir.
that they've got to be involved in that dialogue too.
Yeah.
Anyway, that just a thought that I had on that. I wonder, there's nothing much in here. Let me just throw a general statement. You talked about private sector, a lot of emphasis on privately owned land, private sector decisions, responding to market forces and all of that. The public sector, we own land there too, but we got a responsibility both for regulating and providing kind of the structure that they're asking for, particularly on the land use and some of these other protective covenants and so forth that might be done to protect historic character and so forth. So we got a regulatory focus, but we're also being asked to invest city funds in a lot of these ideas, whether it's sidewalks or streets or parking garages or whatever it might be. And I think it's really neat that we now have a district manager who's going to be engaged in kind of an ongoing dialogue, not just in Northgate, but Northgate will occupy a fair amount of her time, I would hope, and working with if there is a Northgate Association rejuvenation, working with those folks about sorting out who's going to do what and where the responsibilities and roles lie between the public sector investment, public sector attractiveness, and private sector. I would point out, we've got an economic development department, and they are always looking to bring interesting businesses and locating them in interesting places. They are working on a comprehensive plan. I would hope some unique emphasis on Northgate and what could be done with city resources already, bringing businesses to the table and saying, here's a really neat area that we're going to put some public money into, but there's a lot of private money going in here, even more, a lot more private money than public money going in here. Mm-hmm. You need to be in this place. So I think somewhere in our economic development planning activity, we should actually incorporate some of those ideas. There was no discussion really about PIDs or TERS in their financing this public engagement or private engagement. There are MMDs, for example, in various sub-areas of Houston that have taxed themselves to develop things. Public infrastructure development, PID, I think, follows some of that. May have a different kind of deal, but it really requires then the businesses and the business owners to put up some money of their own to match what the taxpayers of the city are going to be putting into it. I mean, that's something we got to struggle with.
Right.
I understand they didn't have time to cover all of those things, but it's a
We-
question that we're going to have to deal with.
We did talk about them in the, kind of at the beginning where we talked about some financing and kind of what is the revenue the city's seen over there, what kind of dollars, what kind of expenditures. We mentioned that. We didn't dive into that because I think ultimately that becomes a question of the items that we move forward with, how, I think if council directs us, how do we fund those becomes the next question or part of that next question. And that could be, certainly has been mentioned before. I think PIDS is a pretty interesting one that we could look at over there.
Yeah. Well, that brings us back to a good point, and Mr. White introduced it, that we got budgeting we're in the middle of. Frankly, I don't know that we've got a plan to know where I would put a lot of money, but I did hear you respond to several other questions that some of these things are already underway. For example, TxDOT's been working on that wall idea about extending it for 2 years, it seems to me. I don't have a clue where they're at on it. There is a lot of dialogue about major grade-separated crossings at University, trying to find the money and getting that together. I think the city's very committed to that, and not that we're going to use any of this year's budget to do it, because there's not a plan in place that we can say we could spend $10 million or $30 million on that. But I think, to answer a little bit of your question, what's next, I think that somewhere out of this, you come back to us with, here's 4 things that are already underway that are addressing some of those points there. The grant we request for the mobility study or whatever it is, seemed to me, if we're going to put any money into street improvements or changing anything over there, we need to have somebody to put together the holistic plan on that. So we keep our fingers crossed, and maybe we'll get that. If not, we'll figure out how to fund it ourselves. So anyway, I'm really upbeat on a lot of the stuff that's in here. I think there's some really great ideas. That transit and connectivity, walkability, safety, all of those that's really important. Retail and experience, I think that's where economic development can lend a shoulder to that, and where the city's already working on some of that. We just need to clarify how that fits into the Northgate, greater Northgate opportunities. Some of the historic character, public realm, and identity, that may be, we need to look for grants. We need to look for other ways of getting some of that done. Or if you had an MMD there, or a local association that fostered private investment in public improvements, I think a public improvement district might be something that we could encourage, and they could address some of those character and public realm and identity issues as well as the city could. Anyway, that's just some of my random thoughts. And
Mayor.
Again, I thought it was a really good presentation. Yes, sir.
Representative Dyson has offered his services to try and help us with some legislation, potentially funding. He just wanted us to work with him, approach him, and so.
I think we'll work with anybody that, I don't know as I could characterize how that would come out. I would turn to my legislative affairs group and
I would say
the
just,
city manager.
for the council's information, I mean, even though it was pre all of this, I mean, we've obviously got some federal funding that's been in the pipeline for that. And when we met with all of our 2 representatives and our senator, this was funding for the potential crossing was something we talked to them about. Obviously, that was pre this session. And we've also discussed it with A&M, who gave us a letter of support for the same thing. So that is something, we certainly have a role in funding anything over there, and especially something like this, but it would be helpful, given the scale, to have state and federal dollars.
Yeah, and certainly the grade separation on University Drive is a place where he could easily play a significant role, there's no doubt about it. And Senator Schwertner as well. Anyway, I guess my only closing thought, one is I think there's a lot of great ideas in here. I just mentioned a few that I was looking for that I didn't quite see fleshed out, but hey, that's up to the rest of us to bring something to the table too. I thank you and thank all of the working folks out there that make a living in that neighborhood and or enjoy the neighborhood over there in Northgate, to thank them for being involved. If you can come back to us maybe with a shorter list that says, okay, here's some things we're already working on. And probably you talked about a lot of that when they were asking you questions. Say, oh yeah, we've got this underway, and the city manager just mentioned one.
It would be helpful just to have a comprehensive list of things that are in the pipeline already over there, to give us
And
a
the
starting
status,
point.
and the status.
And the status, yes.
That and I still think having a city staff member now as a special districts coordinator working with this group of coalesced interests is a really positive thing, and I hope that they can organize and energize themselves to bring us additional ideas and be, as Mr. Wright says, advocates for moving agenda items forward that they have put forward here. Okay, 10:30. Any further questions or comments, points?
From the public.
Did you want to make a comment? Yeah, Courtney, you're the spokesperson for a lot of things there, please.
No, I want to start by saying how thankful and appreciative we are to council for pushing this forward, for staff, all your work you did. It was amazing. The experience was incredible. The communication was incredible. We had a wonderful mix of people from the community, all facets, A&M, he mentioned, Century Square, us. There were conversations had that have never been had before, and we really appreciate it. One of the main things of this plan and this process was that it was a broad scope. It was the greater Northgate area. We talked about our Northgate, one meeting specifically, and then we had the walkthrough, but the general idea of this planning process was that it was the whole entire area. So a lot of these concerns and questions that you guys have, they weren't really addressed because we didn't dive into just our area. So if I can be a little bit greedy and you want to have another planning process, I would love to have something that focuses on our entertainment district, that really dives into what we could be as a tourist attraction and a designation for the city. I think there's more learning we could do. There's things that we could bring in that we don't even know about yet. So I'm just throwing it out there that maybe we can dive a little deeper into Northgate proper. The property that the city owns is the core of that area. It's important that we look at it further and we decide as a city and a community what we want this space to be now and in the future. And so, again, I just ask that maybe we take some more time and do more.
You mentioned your association. Remind me again, that's reorganized Northgate?
Yes.
Business
and
owners?
Business and land owners, yes. And simultaneously during this process, we as an organization have done our own workshops and we've done stuff, and we look forward to presenting that to council in the future as well. But one thing, Mr. Smith, I'd like to address to you. You touched two things that I want to say. One, there's a lot of city property in Northgate that has been neglected and needs to be fixed. It's not just our buildings. The city property itself, things that the city owns, are deteriorating. They're broken. They're safety hazards. Like Bob said, we have been neglected. Now, to touch on fixing up our properties, because I agree with you, we are responsible for our properties and our buildings. We kind of touched on it a little bit in one of the meetings. I would like to look into options of codes and ordinances that allow us to fix our buildings in the fashion that they are already. Like if something were to happen to the chicken as it's written, I would not be able to go back and put wood all over it. I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to fix it so that it's contained or preserves what it is. We touched on Northgate.
I think your last point is included in that report. I remember reading somewhere in there that
Yeah,
that
yeah.
the regulatory environment over remodeling and things
Yes,
needs to be
yeah.
thought about
Let's
and
look-
made more
yes.
flexible.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And
Yeah,
the
that's all.
neglect
That's
of
really-
the street landscaping and some of that is also cited in here.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that, and frankly, I think the ongoing weekly, even daily cleaning, sweeping, street sides, curbsides, parking lots, I mean, a lot of that is
I mean,
something
y'all
that's
have,
public
y'all have
property.
one
needs to be done.
guy out there cleaning the promenade now, and he's great, and I am out there with him multiple times, or multiple mornings, because he gets out there really early, but he's one guy with a hose, so it's only so much he can do. Yeah, is there any other questions for me?
Well,
or
I'm reminded
about
of
the
those.
committee?
I'm reminded of those German villages out where every shopkeeper's out there hosing down,
Yeah,
sweeping in front of
yeah.
their
Well, we
shop.
we do that. I have actually personally swept the promenade
Yeah.
before. Our property ends at the end of our steps, and then
Yeah,
it is city
yeah.
property,
Well,
but
then that
we
promenade
do try
is
to
the
keep.
promenade is the city's property. You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank y'all again.
Thank you. We do have a regular agenda, gentlemen and ladies. Shall we move on to that? Are you ready? Okay, great presentation. Thank you all for being here. We really enjoyed learning from you guys what can be done and what should be done, and we'll work on that. We'll move on to the regular agenda. A couple of people have been sitting here all evening, learning and watching, and now their item comes up. Regular agenda, item 9.1, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding a development agreement with Brazos Valley TDC LLC for 49.5 acres located on the east side of Arrington Road in the city's ETJ, and Ms. Prohaska is going to present this.
Good evening, Jennifer Paraska. This item is a proposed development agreement for approximately 50 acres in the city's ETJ, again off Arrington Road, shown here on the screen. The agreement is for a proposed single-family residential neighborhood with lots under 1 acre, with rural character roads, rural trails, and private parkland. As a condition of this agreement, the city will provide wastewater service to the development, and in return, the property owners will petition for annexation and be subject to the city's development standards for general suburban and restricted suburban residential zoning, with some noted exceptions. These are the general terms of the agreement, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Council members have any questions for staff? Seeing none at that end, seeing none at this end. I think this has been well discussed, and I thank you for the presentation. This is a public hearing. I know that the applicants are here, but they haven't signed up to speak. But if they wish to, if there's questions for them after the public hearing, we'll entertain that. So I'll open the public hearing and ask for anybody that wishes to speak on this topic to come forward. Mr. Murphy, you want to speak to us? Yeah. You're here for answering questions. Okay, great. I didn't see any questions, so I think between staff and your organization, I think you very well worked out all the details, so I think we're comfortable. So I'm closing the public hearing and turn to the will of the council.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Whoa. I hear two. I heard of, who moved down there first? Mr. Wright moved, Ms. McElhaney seconded approval of this request, and I've closed the public hearing now regarding this development agreement. So we're approving a development agreement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Wasn't that worth a long evening wait? But hey, you only been working on it 2 years, so. We look forward to your joining the city with this property. Thank you. Item 9.2, again, is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding the 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan, FY 2026 Annual Action Plan, and FY 2026 Community Development Budget. Rainey is going to speak to us. Mr. Brower is just sitting down back there, so he's letting Rainey take the workload here. I believe that what we're doing tonight is hearing this, but it comes back to us after a public engagement time. Go ahead and make
That's
your
correct.
presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rainey Whitwell, Planning and Development Services. I'm here tonight to present the 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and Budget. As a reminder, this is a public hearing and there is no action to be taken tonight. In addition, this budget is goes on the HUD schedule and is due to HUD in August 16th. Therefore, we go outside of the normal city budget process. Okay, this budget and plan is for the CDBG and home funding. In order to properly plan and allocate those funds, we went through an extensive planning process which relied heavily on public input. We conducted 3 focus groups, 2 public hearings, 2 surveys, and we are currently in a 30-day public comment period for our draft we have out. In order for these grant funds to be used, you must prove eligibility. You can do that in one of 3 ways. For households, eligibility can be proved through income qualifications. In order to access these funds, you must be at or below 80% of the area median income, or you can be a part of the limited clientele, which would be abused children, elderly persons, battered spouses, homeless persons, or severely disabled adults. For public facilities, those must be located in an LMI area. If you look at the map presented on the screen, our LMI areas are represented in the green portion. In order for an area to be considered LMI, it must be at or above 51% low to moderate income. Okay, so going into the budget, we will have about $4 million to work with. That includes carryover and current allocations. We are recommending that we put 2.1 in housing. The projects you see on the screen are all existing projects with the exception of the housing services. Housing services is a new one, which is directly related to the Housing Action Plan that Council approved last fall. And that is connected to Goal 2, Action 2, setting up a intergenerational housing shared program. In addition, staff will be returning to you at a later date to increase funding for the down payment assistance program. Currently, down payment assistance activities are eligible for $50,000. We are going to recommend we increase that to $80,000 to address the increasing housing costs we are seeing. Okay. Next up is our public service agencies. As you might recall, these are allocated with our CDBG Public Service Agency Committee, which is appointed by Council. Staff released the RFP in January and received 7 eligible applications. Of those, the committee recommending fully funding the top 3. The remaining applications were funded due to local preference, so the committee thought that it would be best to fund them according to how many College Station residents they were proposing to serve. Finally is public facilities. As a reminder to council, In order for a public facility to be eligible for this type of funding, it must meet two criterias. The first criteria, it must be located in an LMI area. And the second criteria is that it cannot currently have identified funding. The method staff uses to find these public facility projects is we look at the unfunded public facilities list that the city keeps. We then cross-reference that with the LMI areas in the city. Once we have whittled down that list, we then look to see what fits the needs of our citizens and what we can do financially with the budget we have. This year, we are recommending funding the Lincoln Recreation Center splash pad, 2 library drop boxes at the Lincoln Center and at the Myers Center. We are going to do a 2-year sidewalk project. This year, we will be funding the design, and the next year, we will be funding construction. And finally, the installation for the emergency warning center generator and the emergency flood warning system, and this is connected to the CDBG MIT grant. We are also holding $20,000 in contingency to address things like inflation. And so with that, my presentation has concluded. I am available for questions, and as a reminder, this is a public hearing and no action will be taken tonight.
Before I open public hearing, I'll ask the council if they have any questions. Seeing none at that end, Ms. McElhaney and then Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Rainey. Just a quick question. If you go back a few slides, you were talking about, maybe it was Ford 1, 2, one more?
One more?
One more? Oh, no. I meant to go back toward the end. I think it was the slide before the one I took. It was the previous slide, not Sarah. So one more.
With one more? Public
Right here.
services?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So the United Way Ride to Health program, I'm only asking about this because we also were talking about Brazos Transit District earlier. And I know they have a kind of they call it Ride to Health, but it's the same kind of concept you call. Have we... do these two programs compete with each other? Do they have different constituencies? I'm just curious. Do you know?
I think the Right to Health is more of a tailored, so I think with the transit, you may have to wait a little longer, and I can't really speak too much on that. I can definitely look into that and get back with you. But it is a need because prior to that, many people were calling 911 for non-emergencies and to get a ride to the hospital. And this is more tailored to making sure they get to their regular doctor visits, so we don't tie up that
other resource.
Yeah, and
Mr. Brower.
And David Brower, Planning and Development Services. And I'll just add real quick, one big difference is the Ride to Health is those clients are referred by health providers. So they'll reach out to Ride to Health and do a recommendation, and then they'll set up appointments. And so it's more tailored to meet that specific health need. And I don't.
More integrated with the healthcare system versus the other.
It is, and so there's overwhelming need in both. So I think they're both meeting neither fully meeting the need that's there. So.
Thank you. I was just curious.
And if I could add to that, transportation for our low-income residents is the greatest need that has been noted for the past 5 years.
Further, Mr. Schaefer?
Speaking of transportation, Rainey, would you go to the next slide, which I think is the last slide? So this is just an interest item of mine. I like sidewalks. And so you have this design and construction for Welsh from Harvey Mitchell to Nevada. So would that be on the west side of Welch? That's on the side that has the businesses and things there. So
I believe it's the one that runs adjacent to Consol High School.
Right, it would, but there's a sidewalk. I thought there's a sidewalk on.
There is
I think
a
it was the
sidewalk.
east side. There's two, right? There's an
There's
east
a
and a west
sidewalk on the west side by the
It'll
high
be the
school.
east.
I was thinking maybe now we're going to have sidewalks on both sides.
They're probably expanding.
Yeah, yes, sir. It would run the west side.
The west side.
It would start where where the sidewalk ends there and go up past the administration building and
Right,
down
and
that
right all
way.
the way to Nevada.
Yes, sir.
Great. I think that's a great project. Glad to see it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions on this? I will open the, Mr. Wright.
No question, just excited to see the drop boxes there. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anyone wishes to provide a comment regarding the proposed budget items that are included in item 9.2. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, but you still take 2 weeks before you bring it back to us, is correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see it on our next agenda for final approval.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate your.
But before I leave, can I say a big thank you to PubCom? They really helped with the public engagement piece of it, and it couldn't have been done without them. So thank you, PubCom.
As I recall, you've had a couple of the dates you showed, there've been several public engagement things, and I remember going to one several years ago just to hear what people, and that's on their turf in Lincoln Center or Bachman Center or someplace where people can get to, and some people do show up, and they've got an opinion, and they want to share it with you. So good.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to hearing from you again in a couple of weeks. We will move then to item 10, items of community interest and council calendar. You've got the council calendar attached to the back of the speakers thing. I just remind everybody we got a council budget workshop. What time does that start on Wednesday, next 16th? 8 or 9? 8:30, okay. 8:30, we've already got our marching orders, what we need to be prepared for. Everybody's got the budget book, come prepared. Anything else we need to highlight on there? Next council meeting is July 24th. Look forward to having a mostly full house. I think one individual's going to be missing that night. Oop, 2. So we'll have 2 missing next meeting. So we'll only have 5 people here on the 24th. It is summertime and people need a little time to take care of family things. I understand that. Okay. Anything else on items of community interest besides the council calendar, things that happened that you want to highlight? We've heard a little report earlier about the 4th of July celebration. A number of us were out there. Absolutely first-class engagement, thanks to some sponsors and to the Lions Club, but particularly to the city and the city staff, which carried the heavy load on all of that. It wouldn't have happened without them involved. So it set a new standard. I don't know how we got to compete with that every year, band and fireworks, and I'm sure the 250th celebration is next year, so we got to really come on big time next year. Anyway, we'll talk about 250th anniversary next some other time. I don't have anything else. How about council reports from committees, boards, and commissions? Nobody's had a board or commission meeting since then? Yes. Bevisma Matt approved his budget.
And continuing to have 0 solid waste fees to the cities.
I think there was one item there where the board voted to allow the city to do geotech work on a piece of property over along Rockbury East, in the old landfill.
Right.
Not on the landfill, but on the land adjacent to it. So the Bevisma did allow the city to, capital projects people needed to do some investigation over there. So no other boards or commissions? Future agenda items. You got the list of them here. Mr. Yancey?
Mayor, I guess a question before I ask. I know I didn't dream we've got 2 drainage FTEs in the proposed budget, but did I dream that we've got $2 million set aside for drainage mitigation issues, or do we indeed have that?
You mean in the budget? Are you talking about in the budget?
in the proposed budget or?
I mean, I can certainly look and see if, or we could answer that on
I
Wednesday.
thought
I think
Ms.
that,
Fisher
so.
told us, no.
So the 2 million is, I believe, it is the drainage fund. So we
Okay.
we have a specific increment, so, I mean, yes, we
Okay.
have it. It's not all allocated towards one
Well,
thing.
I asked this because I had several constituents, some of them who spoke here today, many of them who did not, reach out to me, and I availed myself 3 different times of going over to, is it Rosebud?
Yeah, Rosewood.
Rosewood and Chippendale maybe,
Mm-hmm.
and looked in some of those backyards, and a real mess. And I guess my question is, can we put drainage, neighborhood flooding drainage on an agenda and talk about maybe a study, an independent consultant to?
Let me
Yeah,
just,
so,
let me
I
just
mean,
ask, I think staff has
yes.
been engaged with them. We can certainly do it publicly, but
Yeah, you can, for sure. I would say that we literally just brought that neighborhood. That is the same neighborhood that we discussed in those same houses.
I guess
But
what
the
I'm.
study part,
Yeah.
I mean.
I guess
is-
I'm talking about a study because what I recall Ms. Fisher saying was, that we were going to clean out that area in the recreational. And based on what I saw, I'm just not 100% sure that's going to do it. Those folks' foundations are moving and backyards are being destroyed and eroded and.
So I think we can talk about it more, and we can't, I mean, because we can't go too much into it here, but I will tell you, even the yard that you saw in those, that whole thing is floodplain. It shows it as floodplain. So I mean, we can talk about, it sounds like it may be good to talk about like what kind of study would be, what was mentioned. Flood study is one thing, a drainage study is another, but to answer your question, you can absolutely put it on the agenda. You can also absolutely talk about it during budget, which will be before this. But if we want to have a discussion about that, and then of course a drainage fund, I mean, I'd have to look if you could use it for that, but I would imagine you could.
Well, not to deliberate, but just to point out historical facts. There's been in 2004 and 2014 similar issues where the city either did its own assessment or had a consultant, and the decision was made to go out and acquire some easements, do some improvements to make sure that water moved through there better. I'm wondering, after what I saw, and I know staff have been over there and been in some of these backyards, but I mean, if somebody had a toddler visiting or something on, and I know they're not going to be able to stop that. I mean, it'd be a life safety hazard. That water moves through there at speed and volumetrically and is doing a lot of damage. And I, for one, would like to see us do. I'm not talking about a very expensive study. Just maybe if we could get an independent consultant to come out there and assess that area.
I think
I would recommend. I mean, we can talk about it during budget. I'd recommend you put it on an agenda.
Yeah,
I think we
think-
talked about it a lot, but I will tell you, there's a lot going on there, and much of what is going on there, if you look at what the studies currently show, it shows that exact condition. But we can absolutely discuss it. And
let's see if people want to have a
I
workshop.
think it's a good idea.
You want a workshop agenda to cover it again? We've already had one, but this study idea is a separate,
Yeah.
more specific statement. And so
you're going to have to, if you study it, you got to study the whole thing. I mean, it doesn't work like just these people's backyards.
Yeah,
Can't do
yeah.
like a neighborhood
it's
Not
specific.
all the drainage comes from everywhere to there.
you
So
got
you've got to look at
you got a
all of it.
watershed study is what you got.
And you can't, if you guys want to talk about it, we can talk about it. Like, I don't want to, we don't want to debate it here. There's, either way, we can absolutely discuss it. That's really what we were trying to do before, and we can talk about that again.
Do we need a whole workshop item to ask you guys to figure out how we move forward with that?
Or you could do it in a regular and we could make
Yeah.
a decision.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ms. Schaefer, I think I sense a consensus here that we should have that discussion in a future workshop. Looks like January 24th, we won't have 2 people. We already got 5 items listed. It may well be in August when we.
If the council is good with it, put it on as a future agenda item. We'll come back with some more information when we go through the budget. Maybe that provides some where you get direction. If not, we got it on the agenda.
Yeah. Well, the budget stuff, I know, because I read it last night, it's 2 vehicles and I think 1 person that they're adding to the drainage fund.
I think there's 2 FTEs.
Maybe 2 FTE, but there's
Maybe I got that wrong.
2 vehicles as well. So that's addressing the need to clean things out, not just there, but lots of the other drainage ways we've got to put more vehicles on the job, work vehicles that they can use. And keep in mind that area just now has become available to us. Some of it never was available to us before. Anyway, that's a story for another day. That will be a future agenda item then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further on the future agenda? No, it's 11 o'clock. Let's adjourn.